It's not this. We're gonna try this again. I had to step away for a minute, so let's see if we can make it happen again while I'm getting that screen up. Uh, let's say, and he said DIV, okay, divided. I'll say cannot thrive. How about that? Nation divided cannot thrive. Okay, let me know if you guys are watching, if you get any audio, if you guys can hear me. So I'll give that a moment to try for a minute. Nolan, what is it? Nolan Wells? All right, so while you guys are letting me know about that, we'll try to pick up where we left off at. Hopefully everything works out fine, assuming. Can you hear me, Edic Von Edic? If so, we should be able to get going momentarily. Okay, let me know, Edic, if you got audio. Okay, sounds good, perfect. All right, give me a minute to get my other stream up, and we'll go ahead and. What is that guy's name? Lorenzo. Okay, we're gonna try to pick up where we left off at. Araujo. Okay, and then we should be able to get this going. Just a lot of drama still going on, so, and I had to step away for a minute, so we should be back momentarily. I'm gonna start the other lives up while I'm doing this because it seems like we should be good to go. In the comments, I'm always praying. Sometimes that's all you got, Edic. Sometimes that is all you have in this chaotic, I won't say chaotic world, I'll say chaotic era. I mean, I think things currently are a lot more chaotic than in years past. So it can't hurt, put it that way. I'm not very religious, but I'll tell you this, prayer can't hurt. So, say one for me, say one for everybody if you could. I mean, it absolutely can't hurt. I mean, it's certainly the way things are going lately, though. I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, we're a very, very divided nation, and some people are starting to suggest that this may be by design, division by design. So, I guess I'll just say this: the level of division we're dealing with in America, I don't see the ending being good. I just don't. I don't see the ending being good. I mentioned this. Now we're back. We had to step away for a moment. Some of you guys weren't tapping the screen anyway, so nothing will shut it down quicker than I just thought things weren't going well. But anyway, we're going to come back. But I just feel like currently we're on the cusp of a powder keg. I don't think it would take much to set off a lot of people simultaneously. And there you go. There you have it. Something, well, let me see. Obviously racial or political. It could be something political in nature, such as January 6th was a big case of something political happening. And President Trump is kind of pushing all of these buttons at the same time. It could be religious, obviously the Muslim and the Arab community versus the Christian community. Once again, this is yet another button I'll say Trump is pushing, and the right is pushing with the whole, they're trying to impose Sharia law on everybody. I'm just simply saying, I think we are so divided now that we're only one good spark away from a powder keg. And I don't want that. I'm sure you guys don't want that either. But to me, the biggest spark, the midterms. I think the biggest spark that could lead to a powder keg and an explosion of division in this country. Whereas violence, the midterms. I really think that we're headed to that at light speed. I'm going to tell you, and I know my MAGA side of the house is not going to like this. They don't always have to agree. You know how we run the program. It's all about free speech. You don't have to agree. Free to voice your opinion, and I'll read that because I don't censor folks who disagree. But I think it's fairly safe to say Trump is going to interfere in the midterms, particularly if they do not go his way. If the midterms does not go Trump's way, I'm pretty sure I feel confident as a betting man. I feel confident that he's going to say the Democrats took control of the House or took control of the House and Senate by fraud. I'm fairly confident that Trump is going to say that for the simple fact of he has never lost an election he was involved in without saying fraud took place. Why would he not do it this time? I just simply do not believe that there's and listen, and by the way, it is normal. It is almost expected for the incumbent to not do well in the midterms. I mean, even presidents that served 2 terms and was well liked lost in the mid. I mean, Obama had his shellacking. George W. Bush served 2 continuous terms. He lost in the midterms. I mean, that's kind of what happens. Historically, that's what happens. But in President Trump's case, due to the passion of the agenda he has putting forward, whether we're talking immigrants, whether we're talking about his agenda with Iran. I mean, some might throw in Project 2025 if you want to take it that far, but Trump has a different agenda. We often hear about the radical left. Fair enough, the AOCs, the Mamdanis, the Elizabeth Warrens, the Bernie Sanders. Trump's agenda is radical far right. You don't hear the criticism from that angle. And by the way, if you listen to right-wing media, you generally do not hear any mention of the far right at all. It's as if if you watch right-wing media, it's as if there is no far right segment of this country. They'll talk about far right in Afghanistan or far right in Iraq or Iran somewhere, but you do not hear right-leaning, conservative-leaning media mention the far right in this country at all. And they do absolutely exist. And they're in government office as well. Far right is not just some white supremacist group walking down the street. We have far left politicians and we have far right politicians. They just don't talk to you about the ones that represent the far right. But they do exist. So Trump's agenda is radical in that direction, as opposed to AOC and Mamdani's agenda being radical to the left. So having said that, I do believe President Trump, should the midterms not go his way, will likely interfere with the goings on, up to and including, let's say, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson or Senator Thune, try to get them to not certify the victors. I believe if the Democrats win seats in the House, I think they have to be sworn in or whatever by. In fact, I'm certain of this. They have to be sworn in by Mike Johnson, because there was a Democrat senator or Democrat representative in Arizona while the government was shut down. The Democrat representative was not sworn in by Johnson. Johnson just chose not to swear her in and used the fact that the government was closed as an excuse, even though Johnson himself has personally swore in people while the government was closed. So there is some leeway to do stuff like that. If Trump says there's fraud, they can call for an investigation. And Johnson can say, well, until the investigation is complete, we're not going to proceed with the swearing in. We don't know if this person actually won or not. And it could be several Democrats in several different areas. And at the behest of Trump, all this will take place. But I'm just pointing this out because President Trump asked Mike Pence to not hand the baton over to Joe Biden in 2020. And fortunately for the entire nation, Mike Pence did not honor those wishes. I do believe Speaker of the House Johnson would honor Trump's wishes. I do believe Speaker of the House Johnson, if Trump said to not swear those representatives in, I think he would do it. I actually think he would wait. He would actually say, look, there's an investigation going on, and until we can conclude the investigation, we're not going to give them a position. And then they can just drag the investigation out however long is necessary. Because let's just be clear, if Trump loses in the midterms, he will be impeached. He will be impeached. Even if they don't win the Senate and they only win, if the Democrats, even if they only win Congress, knowing the Senate is not going to carry it out, I still believe the Democrats would likely impeach him. Not to mention a host of investigations on all kinds of other issues. It's just literally going to be litigation going forward. This time next year, we could be talking about a host of different investigations and cases on President Trump if the Democrats just win Congress. If they win the Congress and Senate, they're going to kick Trump out of the White House. Highly likely. By way of yes or no in the comments, you tell me. You tell me yes or no in the comments. If the Democrats win the House and Senate, will they try to have President Trump removed before his term is complete? Yes or no? I feel confident they'll do that. I actually feel confident that if they win the House and Senate, they're going to try to have President Trump removed before his term is done. And it ain't going to be no Mike Johnson going on vacation shit. Them hearings are going to be coming by fast. Them hearings are going to be coming by fast. They're going to be trying to get rid of him. So, and that once again is another issue that could lead to a powder keg. Two issues. One being if he interferes with the midterms, which I almost absolutely certainly believe Trump will. And two being if the Democrats take control and then try to impeach Trump. With Trump saying it's fraudulent, it's a witch hunt, all that shit the whole time, that's going to energize some angry MAGA. So we got a potential for some real drama on our hands, and within the next, 4 months to the midterms, 6 months until the inauguration in January. Next 6 months, it could be pretty interesting. Then Kel says to prevent a war on the Epstein files release. I don't know why. I'll go to the box, tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. We'll take the first caller. I don't know why there's any need. How many times do I have to say this? To me, there's absolutely no need for President Trump to do anything diversionary for the release of the Epstein files. I don't think the Epstein stuff is going to matter at all. I've said it a million times. The folks who believe Trump is in the Epstein files or believe Trump took the innocence of a child, they already believe that now. And if the files come out suggesting that Trump did not do anything, they're going to probably believe the files were altered or stuff was taken out of it. The folks who believe Trump is guilty believe Trump is guilty. Same thing on the other side. The folks who believe Trump is innocent believe Trump did not take the innocence of a child. There's nothing in the Epstein files that are going to come out that's going to make them say, I guess he did do it. No. They're going to, just like the left or the detractors of Trump are going to believe if Trump is found innocent or better yet, exonerated, they're going to believe something was taken out with Pam Bondi and all them redacting every damn thing. The other side is going to believe that the Fed, if Trump is found to have actually taken the innocence of a child, the MAGA side of the aisle is going to believe that the feds who interviewed the child didn't do the interview properly. Maybe the kid was coached and coerced into making up a story against President Trump. They're going to tackle it from that angle. They're going to tackle it from the angle that any accusations of President Trump are not accurate, not genuine. There's like 20 women that are accusing Trump of sexual assault right now. MAGA doesn't believe any of them. Even E.G. and Carroll, who had a day in court, they actually got a chance to fight over evidence, and she was able to convince a jury that he is at the very least liable for it. MAGA is just like, the jury is in a left-wing area. I don't trust him. The judge is a left-wing activist judge. I don't trust him. So it doesn't matter what comes out of the Epstein files. They're not going to trust the information. So I don't see why the hell there is any need to divert if you're Trump from the Epstein files. It's not going to make a difference anyway. Clinton went to the Epstein. Let me go ahead and read this though. Mr. T2 says Bill Clinton went to the Epstein Island over 10 times. Trump never. Biden would have released the files. Well, few things here. First of all, Epstein was incredibly wealthy, and he owned properties in places other than just on that island. I've said this from day one. There is no way in hell I believe that dude, when he got horny or wanted to have interactions with an underage person, only could do it on the island. He's sitting in Manhattan, he's sitting in Beverly Hills somewhere, and he gets the urge. There's no way in hell he's going to fly all the way to that island off the East Coast before he does something. That dude was doing shit in this country. He had Ghislaine Maxwell working for him essentially as a pimp. So if he's sitting in Houston in some posh hotel and he gets horny, he's going to have her send somebody there. So the idea was that person didn't go to the island. They were doing shit on the mainland. Just because you didn't go to the island don't mean you're innocent. That ain't got nothing to do with this. This dude was doing stuff on the continuous 48 states. Probably doing shit in other countries too. It ain't just that island. Trump didn't go to the island. And this man had properties every damn where. So did Trump. If I'm going to put a big if on this, but if Trump was involved in Epstein-like activities, there's a million places he could have had Epstein meet him with, and Ghislaine Maxwell could have simply sent the girl there. Remember, Trump claims that Epstein took one of his masseuse, underage girl that was working at Mar-a-Lago. They weren't just doing this shit on the island. That is not a defense for Trump or anybody else in suggesting that they didn't go to the island. They were doing this elsewhere. Anyway, I do want to get into the show. We're going to be talking about what we kind of left off on. I stepped away. You guys were not tapping the screen. Get the likes up to 10,000. We'll try to make it happen this time. But we're going to be getting back into Nolan Wells and Lorenzo Delgado and asking, can a nation divided stand? We are very, very divided right now. Very divided. I need you guys to tap the screen, smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. Is that Gabucci? How's that name pronounced?
Gabucci, yeah. What's up, man? I haven't spoken to you in a while.
I'm glad to have you back. So, are you aware of this case here with Nolan Wells?
I mean, I already see a red flag in that picture.
What's the flag?
Being the only African American in an all-white.
How is being the only black person around a bunch of white people a red flag? What are you trying to say? Are you saying that Willis and are you saying that
token?
Huh?
Yeah, token. He playing the token.
Okay, playing the token don't mean you're gonna die though, does it?
I mean, bro, like the likelihood is up there. You know what I mean?
50-50 come on, now. There's a whole lot of black people that have all white friends and group and an all white surrounding, and they don't end up like this guy. I mean, that's not. I don't think this is not common.
Nah, bro, you can't be a token, bro. Anyways, what happened to him?
You don't know nothing about this story with Nolan Wells?
Nah, it's first time. Catch me up.
He went basically on a vacation or whatever to an island or something with these other guys, and they came back without him, and a couple of days later he was found dead.
Where was he found dead at?
Where is this story? Where is this off the coast of Texas, somewhere down there? I mean, in the South.
Find him in the ocean? They find him in the ocean or in the beach?
They found him on the island.
They found him on the island.
Yeah, and he could swim. He was a good swimmer.
And he could swim.
Yeah.
And did these white boys report him missing?
No, they did not. No, right, Mississippi. My fault, Mississippi.
If the white boys didn't report him missing, then they're my prime suspects.
Well, the claim is that the boat they were on going back to the mainland was taking on water, and he agreed to stay on the island and let them come back and get him later. And it went from there. I mean, they took his phone with them, by the way, which is kind of odd, but they left him on the island because the boat was taken on water or something like that, and they were going to come back and get him.
Let me guess. They took too long.
I don't, that's a good point. I don't know. I don't know that part of the case. I just know that he ended up missing. They ended up lawyering up. They really are only cooperating so. And yeah, within a couple of days they found him dead.
I guess the token didn't take his Boy Scout training.
Wait a minute. So
right?
you're African American, right?
Yeah.
So you would not go anywhere in an all white environment?
I mean, nah, not really.
Why not? I mean, what do you think? White people are dangerous to you or something? Or danger to you?
Bro, let me tell you something. I dated a white girl.
Okay.
Right? And I was on I took her out to a trip, and then I had to stop at a rest stop.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then when I stopped at the rest stop, 4 white boys was trying to fight me for dating some white chick. So I have a mistrust of white people.
Right? Well, but here's the thing. Wait.
This ain't as bad as the lady that shot the dude over a parking spot. Now that was crazy.
Well,
I'm sure if you saw that.
Yeah, I've seen the video. What are you suggesting in that case? Was she wrong?
Bro, this whole law, stand your ground law, it's not a good law.
No, I am with you. I am with you 100%. I do not like the stand your ground law because it does encourage people to take up on violence when they would try to de-escalate situations. I'm 100% behind you on that. I think the stand your ground law is causing people to get killed that might otherwise live.
Dude, like it's being used like crazy.
Yeah.
Like somebody rage baits you, and once they rage bait you, and then you're like going up on their face, and next thing you know is stand your ground.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. I mean, you're seeing these stories, and yeah, it's absolutely a case of if you didn't have this stand your ground provision, you would run or walk away from this. In some cases, you could just walk away. The person ain't even gonna chase you. You standing there and argue with the person and ended up killing them when you could have literally just walked away. I mean, like there's a case in Florida where an old man got pushed to the ground by a larger black guy, and he's sitting on the ground and he shoots and kills the black guy. It's like this is a case where this could have been over with. You didn't have to kill this dude.
I know, man. I know. Here you go. Thank you.
You got it. Yeah.
Yo, the handsome.
Yeah. If you got something going on, I'll go ahead and move it on. If you got something going on,
my McDonald's just came, man. So keep it moving. I'm glad you're still on here, man. You know.
Appreciate it. Go ahead and enjoy your dinner. All right, tapping the screen, get your gallon up. Still not up to 10,000. Tap the screen, get the lights on up. It's not often you hear the door. Well, he was right at the door apparently. He could have walked away. Yeah, I don't like cases where the killer in many of these cases, the person who stood their ground had easy ability to just walk away and they chose to stay and kill. I just am not a fan of that. If it's self-defense, that's a whole different ball game where you got to use force to prevent bodily harm or death. That's one thing. But if you're in a road rage argument with somebody or something like that, and you clearly, see a threat that you can easily avoid, and you just stand there because you got a gun and kill the person, I'm just not a fan of that. And I keep bringing up Carmelo Anthony because I do believe Carmelo Anthony with Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony is one who made a decision like that as well, where he actually got involved in an optional conflict. I just do not believe he had to do what he did. I know a lot of folks disagree with me, but I do believe Carmelo Anthony chose to stab. I don't think he had to do it. I think he chose to do it. In the comments, and by the way, look, if the law says that he can make that choice and they let them go on appeal, it is what it is. I'm not a fan of it, though. I don't like laws that allow you to choose to kill people if the killing ain't necessary. I'm white and married to a Jamaican woman. We have 2 daughters. My parents never come over or visit. It's sad. Yeah. Look, and I'll point that out. What my viewer is saying. You know, racism is in all communities. I know a lot of folks disagree with me when I say that blacks can be racist as well, but yeah, if you're involved in an interracial relationship, it doesn't matter if you're the white person in that relationship or the black person, or to some degree the Asian or the Hispanic, whatever. You're going to have people that are just like you that does not like what you're doing. Period. Doesn't if you had a black and white couple, there's going to be some black people in that black person's family that does not like him or her being with a white person. And the same thing on the other side. It ain't just always coming from the white side of the aisle. There's plenty of African Americans that do not agree with that stuff either and make all kinds of snide remarks and comments. In the comments, the man contributed to his own demise. He could have walked away. True, 100% true with that. That doesn't mean he deserved the demise part of it, though. I brought up George Floyd. George Floyd contributed to his own demise. Derek Chauvin killed him. Derek Chauvin deserves to be where he's at, in my opinion, maybe even longer than the 22 years he got. But Derek Chauvin deserves to be in jail. But fact is, if George Floyd, once they were trying to arrest him, had cooperated with the arrest, sat in the car and let them drive him down to the station, I don't think they were going to kill the guy. I don't think Derek Chauvin's goal was to kill him. I think that George Floyd was resisting arrest, and you got a bad cop, in my opinion, in Derek Chauvin, who let his ego run wild to show the crowd he was in control of everything, and he just sat on the guy until the guy perished. But if George Floyd had cooperated, I think he'd still be alive. We could say the same about Austin Metcalf. If he had not touched Carmelo Anthony, yeah, I think he'd still be alive as well. But in both cases, Austin Metcalf and George Floyd, I don't think either one deserved to die for what they did. I don't think they deserve that. In the comments, Tim, he should have never died. Traveling Mom, 100% agree. 100%. You can actually do something, whereas you are wrong for doing it, and lead to somebody taking your life where they are even wronger for doing that. Meaning that they wouldn't have taken your life if you were not wrong in the beginning, but they went above and beyond the response. And I mean, there's plenty, that happens a lot. A lot of these controversial police shootings often involve a suspect that was wrong to begin with. Broken tail light, you get out the car, you take off running. And somehow, some way, the cop ends up shooting and killing you. Okay, the cop is wrong, but you were wrong for getting out the car and running. You just don't deserve to lose your life. So there's a lot of people who are wronged by, authorities and other stuff, but they did do something wrong themselves to begin with it. Anyway, looking in the comments, and I see T-Mac says, snap out of it. Snap out of what? Come on up. I'll bring you up. You can help me snap out of it. Gangsta Grandma.
You fucking ratty raccoon for real.
I ain't said shit.
You ain't say shit. Yo, you a fucking twit for real. What kind of fuck you gonna tell somebody they wrong for running and shit when people are afraid for the cops? How dare your ugly black ass is?
Okay, let me tell you something.
Maybe you should go run because you'll lose a lot of your fucking weight. How about that?
Let me.
I am so sick.
Okay, you want to talk? You just want to talk?
I want to talk for real quick. Because you be talking too goddamn much with the white supremacist shit, saying the shit that, it's our fault. The George, all that shit, it's our fault. Oh my God, it's our fault. Shut the fuck up, man. Oh God, shut the fuck up.
Okay, you done?
I can't stand your black ass for real.
But I love you. Let me just tell you something.
I don't love you. I still want the damn divorce.
I'm not giving you shit.
Give it to me.
I'm not signing shit. You mine, baby. Look, let me tell you something. If there's one thing corrupt cops often say when they wrongfully take a life, it is, well, I feared for my life. That is like the universal term a cop can use and all of a sudden they get wide latitude, even if they were in no danger whatsoever. I think Renee Nicole Good is a perfect example in Minneapolis of the cop claiming he feared for his life and unnecessarily taking a life. In my opinion, Carmelo Anthony did the same thing. If we're gonna look at Carmelo Anthony and suggest, well, you cannot say whether or not he was scared. You can't say that on anybody. If a cop wrongfully takes your life and tells the people, well, I fear for my life, do you just give him a pass?
Tim, you know what? You are a coward, for real. You're a white man. Now, you will say, yes, massa. Oh, I'll put my hands up, massa. Oh, I'll do that. Let me tell you something. There's black people, unlike your ugly ass, that would listen to everything the popo says and still get alive. Like my brother, he did everything the cops said. My brother held up a phone and got unalived. He did everything that cop said.
Okay.
And still did it. So shut your fucking mouth, Tim.
Okay. I don't think.
You know what? Shut your mouth, because you know what? You think you white for real. You damn burnt ass cracker.
What the hell have I done to indicate that I think I'm white? What the fuck are you talking about?
Because you are, Tim. You're doing white tea supremacy. All your talking points is white tea. Well, if you would have did this, if you would have did that, you did a shut up, dog.
Let me ask you something. Do you think Carmelo Anthony, where he is resting tonight, feels proud about the decision? Do you think he believes he made the right decision now?
I think he did it on an impulse. You know, he's a 17-year-old kid. He did it on
an
impulse. You have like 3 or 4 big old big old white tea dudes looking like Fright Night on crack. Yeah, you probably would do something. You feel what I'm saying? And he was probably scared.
No.
Shut your ugly ass up. Shut. You know what, Negro? You watch. He had fear. But I forgot about you. You're a burnt cracker. So you know that you'll probably run.
Okay.
Oh, my God. They're looking at me. I'm going to run.
Do you believe that if Carmelo Anthony had not plunged that knife in Austin Metcalf, he was going to die?
He could have.
That ain't what I asked you. That's what I asked you.
Yes, I think he could. I think they would have beat it, up. But let me tell you something. There's other things coming out that those 2 white dudes were bullies in the school and stuff.
Bullies and
it is what it is.
It's a big difference between being a bully and you taking the life of somebody talking about you were going to.
It don't matter.
Yeah, it does matter.
You know it don't. Tim, have you ever been bullied? You a punk.
What? I'm being bullied right now. You're doing it right now.
Yeah, I'm punking you now because you don't even got the fucking kahunas. But anyways, was you bullied when you was a baby? Was you?
I've had some.
That's why you act.
And I never once thought about killing them.
What? You sure? Did you whoop the ass at least? No. Yeah, look, I figured.
This is what
I figured.
Okay.
Shit, not this one. Not this sister. I took people out. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Well,
I was a street fighter back then. I don't understand you punk asses.
Fortunately,
put the hands on you, whoop them.
Fortunately, you not in prison for it. In the comments, we the rebel says, "Are you on some new meds, Tim? Dig the chill attitude. Gangsta grandma can get naughty. Your gangsta grandma is always upset.
I'm not upset.
Yes,
I'm
you are.
high as hell right now.
Are you ever? Let me ask you something. Are you, and I'm going to stretch this word out, are you ever sober?
Not fucking with you, no. If I had to live in the house with you, I would be high 24 hours, 7 days a week, 360 days, so I wouldn't unalive your ass, for real. Because I can't deal with burnt crackers.
Oh my God.
You know?
And real quick in the comments, Leandro is talking about Trayvon. I've said many times that George Zimmerman should be under the jail. George Zimmerman's case is different. George Zimmerman.
You need to get some kahunas and fight back, Tim, for real, okay?
He has shit to do with that.
No, Tim, because you know why? You mean that the talking points that you do, for real, all jokes aside, the talking points that you do is white tea conspiracy.
That's your opinion.
No, that's not my opinion. That's facts, sweetheart.
Let me tell you something. I feel fairly confident. The shit I'm saying that you disagree with, a lot of my African-American viewers disagree with, if you just simply reverse the races of the victim and the suspect, You guys would all be on my side.
Actually, Moon, hold the fuck up. Boy, I'm not white, you stupid ass bird cracker. I'm not like you, sweetheart. I got melanin on me, okay? I'm light skinned. Correct yourself. Don't ever come at me and tell me some shit like that. Don't ever disrespect me. Shit.
Who the hell are you talking to?
The white girl said, "Oh, she's a white lady." Bitch, please humble your ass. Never will be. Shit.
They do.
My mama, shit. I came from a black man's nutsack.
They do think you're white, gangster. They do
I
think
left
you're white.
them, honey. Afro-Latinos come in every shade, babe. That's why they hate us so much. Blackness come in every shade. And you know what? The little pale asses go in the sun, they burn up. Like fucking little tomatoes. See, our asses don't burn up like that. See, God loved us.
Okay.
Well, they gave us our
Wait a minute. What are you trying to say? God loved blacks and not whites? What the hell are you trying to get at?
Black people. Black people.
What we're talking about? God. Fuck the racism. Are you saying it?
God's black. Yeah, he loved us. God is black. What are you talking about, Willis?
Does he not like? Does he not like? Does God like? Wait.
Melon and everything.
Does God like? Does God like white people?
Oh, he did. Well, he made them, but he didn't give them no melon. He gave them the pink meat.
No,
I don't know, Tim. I can't talk on a white man, but I just know they got the pink meat. That's all I can tell you.
You cannot answer that. I asked you, does God like white people, and you could not even answer that? Wow.
I don't know, does he? The way they're acting right now, do they?
I'm not even religious, and I was told that God likes all of his children. He don't pick.
God likes the good ones, not the bad ones.
You are essentially saying God is a racist.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah. If you know for certain if you know for certain that God likes black people and you don't know for certain if they like whites, you're saying he's a racist.
Calm you down. Calm you down.
I'm listening to you.
I said God likes the good ones. God don't like the bad ones. He don't like the Christian nationalists. He did say that in the Bible. He don't. The ones that are doing the shit they're doing to us, like we're supposed to be feeding the poor and shit. You think that and look what Trump and them are doing. You think he likes that? No. And that's the truth. He don't like Christian nationalists. God does not like Christian nationalists. God likes real Christians. They're out there doing it. If you deny food to somebody, you're denying him. If you don't clothe somebody, you're denying close to God. It is in the book of Matthew, Pookie.
Well, I can't.
I didn't say all white. I mean, the good white people, I guess. I'm not saying. I'm saying the bad ones, no, he does not like. Thank you.
How about this? In the comments, Arceon says Carmelo Anthony deserves his appellate trial. He deserves to get convicted twice.
Who?
That's what a viewer said. He deserves an appeal and he deserves to get reconvicted, is what this viewer said.
He's not going to get reconvicted. What are you talking about?
You think he's going to get out?
Make a world report, God, huh?
You think Carmelo Anthony on appeal is going to be turned free?
I think he's going to win his case.
I don't think
because
so.
I think they said the new lawyers got more evidence and stuff. Let it play out in the thing. Let it play out.
You know what I think's gonna happen? If it starts to look like Carmelo Anthony's side of the aisle has some decent stuff to present, they're gonna offer Carmelo Anthony a significantly lower amount of time in prison, and then because remember he did not take the plea deal last time. And he ended up with 35 years.
They never asked him for a plea deal. They never gave him a plea deal.
He didn't turn down a plea deal the first time?
No, he never got one.
I thought he was
never got one.
I thought he was offered a plea deal.
Nope.
Okay, well.
Never got one.
I believe.
That's your white brain telling you that. You know what I mean? Come on now. Can you get the chocolate brain in you?
Oh my.
Can you become to the black side instead of the white team side? I mean, it really would suit you fit because your skin looks one way, but your brain is the other way. You feel what I'm saying?
In the comments, Moon says he was offered a plea.
He was not offered a damn plea.
Alexa, was Carmelo Anthony offered a plea deal?
Carmelo Anthony wasn't offered a plea deal. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to 35 years in prison for stabbing.
Alexa, stop.
I thought that She killed her, bitch.
Moon,
you killed her.
Moon, you have been eclipsed by Alexa, so apparently you were wrong on that. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, the white people always think they know it all about black folks. Stay out of our fucking business, bitches. You don't know shit. Go worry about your own kids tuning up on school and stuff. Then we'll worry about something, okay? Stay out of black folks' business.
Why you gotta be so mean?
Because I for one, she's a maggot. She ain't on our side. For two, I put her out to her place.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Don't come up in here talking about what black people gonna do and what they did and shit, and you don't know shit.
Thank you for the hat.
I just gave your burnt ass, your roast beef pussy right back to you. Okay?
What the roast beef? What?
Yeah, God. Yeah, just thinking about. Oh God, I'm good.
Roast beef pussy. I cannot believe you said that. In the comments,
they tore up from the floor, buddy. And you fucking men love the shit.
In the comments, Positive Change says his lawyer should have worked for a plea deal. His lawyer failed him.
Fucked up. That's why they're going after them, because the lawyers didn't do their job. The lawyers has more evidence and didn't even put it in. The lawyers, he could have even talked. They could have put him on a stand. That's the one thing he should have put on a stand and put his case. But they didn't. So he has a dream team and some good ones. This one, they got some good ones.
Gangsta. All of the money that was donated to his family, where did that money go?
I don't know. I don't put to people's. I don't check their pockets. I don't.
I'm thinking maybe it's a possibility.
Here we go.
Maybe it's a possibility that his parents. I
think a lot of went to his new attorneys though, because they're not cheap.
I think
his new attorneys are not cheap at all.
Trucker Man, shout out, appreciate that. I think it's a possibility. Hold on. I think it's a possibility his parents failed him as opposed to his lawyer. If they got all that money and they didn't look out for him.
Here we go. White cheese, the conspiracy. Oh my God, his parents failed him. Oh my God, get the white brain out your head. Oh my God. How about this, Tim? How about your black ass go and get that kid? Okay, go donate. Instead of worrying about somebody else's pockets like a white man do all the damn time. How about that?
I wouldn't donate because
I can't think that they got the money on it right now on those. They have like 5 or 6 attorneys right now, and they are good attorneys. Thank you.
My point remained the same. I think Carmelo Anthony made a dumb decision.
I think you make a whole lot of damn dumb decisions every fucking day.
Yeah, but I'm not in jail. Not in jail, lady. I'm sitting at home talking to you.
For one, you know what? You got you some big balls. Call me a lady tonight. Well, you really do.
I sometimes I look up to you, but you don't see no.
Oh, you know what though? You like to push back on me a lot.
You don't see nobody standing behind me talking about you got to get off the phone. Phone check, Negro. I'm free. So I'm not in that predicament. Did we lose Gangsta Grandma? She got muted. Apparently she got a phone call. We'll move it on. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 30,000. Look, I understand my opinion on the Carmelo Anthony case is not popular, particularly with African Americans. I get it. But I don't favor this. I don't favor the route he took to get where he went. From what I've seen, I'm not buying the I had to do this to save my life story. I'm just not buying it yet. I'm not buying it yet. And if that makes me anything less than a black male, I gotta wear that. And I'll tell you this too, by the way. I do not believe my stance on this issue or some of these other racially charged issues would face the same criticism from the African American community if the races of the people involved were reversed. In other words, if Carmelo Anthony was a white guy and Austin Metcalf and all his friends were black, and a smaller white Carmelo Anthony stabbed one of the bigger black guys, I don't think the black community would suddenly be saying this guy needs to walk. I don't think a lot of this is based on law. I think more of it is based on race. And I'm not joining that same train. I'm looking at it from, because my opinion on whether or not Carmelo Anthony should go down would be the same if he was a black guy or a white guy. But I do believe a lot of folks are basing their opinion more on the race of the people as opposed to what actually took place itself. For instance, like in the comments, somebody said that if Carmelo Anthony was white, he would walk. Fair enough, and that is possible. After all, it's possible. And thank you, Trucker Man. Appreciate the love. Thank you. Some of you folks, show your boy some hat, mustache, TikTok cap goals. There's one there. Thank you. But it is possible that if Carmelo Anthony was white, he would walk. It's possible the black Carmelo Anthony may walk on a pill. That's also possible. But I'm going to say the same thing I said no matter what the race is. I don't think what happened was worthy of putting a knife in somebody's chest. Just my opinion on that. And I think a lot of folks feel like a white Carmelo Anthony would walk. So we want a black Carmelo Anthony to be able to get away with it and walk too. So it's not necessarily a case of I believe that he had to do this to survive. No, I know a white man can do it and get away with it. So we want a black man to be able to do it and get away with it. Kind of like in the O.J. Simpson's case. Most African Americans believe O.J. Simpson was actually guilty. But hey, we want him to walk because it's nice to see a black person finally being able to do something horrible and get away with it, just like the white people did. So it's not really based on how they feel about the case. It's more just solely based on race. I'm giving you my opinion based on what happened, not because of the skin color of the people. In the comments, though, we're continuing to take pushback. Let me make sure you folks understand. This is an uncensored program. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. When I say you can be critical of anyone, I'm talking yours truly as well. We believe in free speech. So everyone gets to speak without the censorship. We are MAGA friendly. Liberals are welcome as well. What do we say? Our comments go left of Mamdani to I'm having dinner with Q. But when we say we believe in free speech uncensored and you can criticize anybody, including the host, I'll give you an example. Drunk Review says, bro, just stop. You are embarrassing yourself now. There is nothing you can defend. I can easily give you something that I can defend. I can defend the court's ruling. The courts obviously agree with what I'm saying, not with what you're saying. Carmelo Anthony did not walk. He's incarcerated. They did not believe he had to do that to save his life. I can defend the court case. Same thing when I'm talking to MAGA and they're trying to say Trump is innocent. I can defend the fact that he was convicted 34 times. You had your day in court, you lost. I can defend it from that angle. Arletha, appreciate the TikTok cap. Thank you very much. Let me continue on with the program. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 30,000. In the comments, did you hear Trump said he was president 3 times? Yes, President Trump will forever believe he won the 2020 election. I am 100% certain you will never get any ample proof of that. But to some degree, that is the method of operation for President Trump since he came down the golden escalator. He says a lot of things that do not come with proof. We are currently at war with Iran yet again, and Trump is always saying they're begging for a ceasefire. There is absolutely nothing that has taken place in regards to the behavior of Iran that would suggest they've been asking for a ceasefire. But yet Trump keeps saying that. So listen, Trump says a lot of things that come with no proof. It's up to you if you want to believe that. Okay, free speech, I disagree with your last call or says Handsome Conservative. Fair enough. Fair enough. I disagree with her on a lot of that too. Let me go back to the box. We'll continue on with Mr. Greenland. We're talking about taking your country again, Mr. Greenland. Good evening.
Hi.
Hey, you're back in the news again. We want Greenland.
Yeah.
You gonna sell it?
No.
Let me ask you this way. Being serious with you folks over there, how do you now that we've attacked Iran, Venezuela, and we're threatening Cuba, has that changed your stance on whether or not America's going to invade your country or not?
Man, you just have to know we are part of NATO.
Yeah.
That would mean America is, and Trump is going to attack NATO. That will mean Article 5. Everybody will join for our defense.
So you believe that if Trump goes after your country, NATO is going to go stand up, be willing to die on your behalf and fight the most powerful nation in NATO, being America or United States?
Yes.
Ooh.
That's a guarantee.
Guarantee. I don't listen. I don't disagree with you, but I don't know. Listen, Trump is known for making behind the scenes deals that get people to do stuff you never thought they would do. I mean, if he go behind the scenes and he starts making deals with the leadership of France or the leadership of Poland or you don't think he could get any of them to step down and not? Because at the end of the day, you're talking about attacking the United States. You're going to take some casualties with that.
For sure. Even if we're going to lose, we would fight.
You would lose too. You would lose rather quickly, I assume. I mean, what kind of military do you have? You don't even have a military there, do you, of any significance?
We never had a war. In our entire culture, we never went to war. 25,000 year history, we never went to war. We don't have a word for war.
You do not have a word. So you got your country has been a nation for 5,000 years and you've never been involved in a war?
No.
Wow. That's amazing. Well, it's not exactly a hospitable climate there. Maybe that has something to do with it. It's a little chilly outside there. What's the temperature over there now? Now you're in the middle of summer. Have you reached the point where the sun doesn't set?
Yes.
That's crazy.
It's comfortable now.
But so it's daylight there 24 hours a day.
Yes.
How do you live through that? That would really make things hard. Going outside in the middle of the morning and going outside at 2 a.m. Now the sun is not up, it's just light out, right?
In west of our town, in Illudisit, they have 24/7 sunshine. But in my town, it hides behind the mountains because we have high mountains where we are. Mm-hmm. And it just doesn't get dark. But of course, if you want to sleep in a dark, you have dark curtains. Yeah.
That's weird. I wouldn't mind coming there just to experience that once. I know in our state of Alaska that can happen as well, where you get far enough north, I guess anywhere, probably in Canada too, you get far enough north and that happens. But it just seems like it would be very weird to be outside at 3 a.m. and it's daylight. When I was in Australia, they don't have daylight savings time. So I think it started getting daylight around 4:30 in the morning when I was there. I do remember that, but being outside at 1, 2 in the morning and it's daylight just would really, throw off your biological clock, something awful.
Oh, please come on and visit before something goes bad.
Well, shit, it's already went bad. It just ain't went bad there yet. How easy is it to migrate to your country?
It's very easy. If you find a job, stay 6 months, you can apply for citizenship.
Really? That's all in 6 months?
But there is no test. If you believe in our culture and anything, you do not need to know everything about our country like you do. You are just for those who want to have a citizenship in America.
Well, I gotta ask this question because I got an audience that, there's a lot of African American. What is the diversity like in your nation? Is there a lot of different? Is there any black people there? I gotta ask that.
I think they are maybe 10 black people.
You said 10. What the fuck? What am I going to end up like Nolan Wells? There's only 10 black people there?
I'm just guessing here. We don't get many.
Wow. Well, as they say in my community, where the white women at? Okay, so in other words, it's not a lot of African Americans, but that would make you unique, though. There could be some benefit to that, I suppose. You come with the accent, you come with a little bit of extra melanin, you could be a unique character walking around there for some of the ladies, I would think.
Yeah, but there are a few Thai people in Greenland. They are, I think, couple hundred, maybe almost 1,000.
Okay. How hard is it? How hard is it to find a job there though? Because you said you got to come there, find a job, and then in 6 months. I mean, I would assume it would be hard to find a job.
It depends on which town you are in. My town is difficult to find a job. There is not money. We are a very small town. Population is decreasing. But in bigger towns like in capital Nuuk and Ilulissat, population is booming there, and job opportunities are coming.
How often do you ever leave Greenland? How often do you travel at all? Or are you just in this little town?
I cannot go. I cannot afford to go to the next town.
Damn. Is the level of income for you?
Yeah, part of it. I am also single father, so I have my own house and my yeah.
Now you said in your country you cannot own property or something like that.
You cannot own land.
You cannot own land. Okay, yeah, you can do that.
But you can build any house, any size house if you apply for it, and if you get permission to build it, you build it. So the house is yours in perpetuity. We don't need to pay for taxes for it.
It sounds like a kind of a free spirit area, but it's just no people there. I mean, I suppose if you really want to live off grid, Greenland would be the place. But you can't even. I mean, what do you guys do for energy? Because it ain't like you're going to put solar panels on the roof. I mean, like
we have we are investing in dams, so we can. I forgot how to. So we can use water for electricity, but most of the towns we use big diesel engines.
Okay, so you're burning fuel. Okay, because I'm just wondering, what you guys are so far at the top of the planet, you're not getting direct sunlight, so solar energy is not going to do very well there. I mean, I don't know, maybe wind energy or something, but I'm just wondering what you use for energy. So you guys are burning fuel. So I mean, now you're
in summer, you could have a free solar, so you don't have to pay electricity if you invest in solar.
Yeah, but you're not getting much sun. The sun is hitting Greenland at a steep angle. I mean, you're not getting much sun. That's in the summertime. In the wintertime, it's dark there 24 hours a day, isn't it?
No, you get the still benefit of the torch. For example, if I shine at the torch at you, that's the sun. But if I shine next to you, you still get some light.
I don't get that. Explain that again.
If I shine a torch at you, that's sunlight. But if I shine next to you, you get still benefit of the light.
Yeah, but if you're trying to have a solar panel collecting sunshine, I'm assuming the amount of voltage coming from a solar panel in Greenland's got to be pretty low. And I mean, because in the wintertime, the sun doesn't shine at all, right?
Yeah, it doesn't come up.
Yeah, so there's nothing all of that time. I mean,
but it depends where you are in Greenland. If you're in South Greenland, you get sunshine all year round.
Yeah, but that's going to be sunshine. Like, okay, here in America, if you got a solar panel, like 1 o'clock in the afternoon when the sun is directly above, that's when you're getting the most voltage. You know, around 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, you're not getting much because the sun is at an angle. That's going to be your whole summer is that angle shit. You're not going to get any. The sun is never directly overhead. So you're going to be getting low voltage at best the whole time. It's just not a good place. Are there a lot of solar panels in Greenland?
There are few, but nobody really use them because that's the reason is we get a hurricane strength wind. They would blow away, especially in winter.
So it's windy as hell there too. This sounds like the surface of the moon. I mean, like, what can you do much outdoors, or are you just always inside?
No, we almost always outside.
In that weather, what is your weather right now? Because it is summer there.
It's very calm, nice weather, summer.
Give me some temperature. Give me some numbers. Now, I know you're in Celsius, but what is the temperature?
It's about 10 degrees right now.
I'm thinking that's got to be probably 50 something. I used to know because when I lived overseas, it was all Celsius.
Yeah, but it's also you need to also think about we have a very dry air, so there's a huge difference between the sun and the shadow. Always.
Yeah. I don't know. That's got to be an interesting. I mean, why do we want your country? What do you got up there? You got some rare earth minerals or something? What do we want you for?
Yeah, we have the second largest rare earth minerals, possible world largest oil reserves in the world, and a lot of different minerals around the world, around our country, and the ice is melting away. We're getting more land, so there will be more opportunities in the future.
Do you believe that's why President Trump wants your country is to take your resources?
Yes, the only reason.
Well, yeah, because I'm trying to think. They're claiming you guys are near the polar ice caps. So if we get into a war with China or Russia, that's the path the missiles would take. So they want to be able to shoot them down by, putting, I guess, surface to air missile sites in your country. But I'm with you because I don't believe that Greenland would have said no to putting surface to air missile sites in there to begin with. We could already do that.
Yeah, because the agreement what USA with Denmark already has, you just need to ask to put some more soldiers. It's already there. Yeah. You don't need to take the country.
It's crazy because I got a lot of my Trump supporters, the ones who wear the beautiful little red hats. They believe that we need to take Greenland for the purposes Trump is stating. But yeah, I'm 100% certain that we don't need to take your country to bolster our defense because you guys have been so friendly with us that anything we needed to put in your country, you would have allowed us to do that anyway. So, and then Trump goes, well, yeah, but we could protect Greenland better if we own it. Yeah, because you're pillaging, you're pretty much robbing the resources. I mean, it's pretty obvious. But it has worked well for President Trump by giving, I suppose, false reasons for going in countries like we were going in Iran to liberate protesters. We're going in Venezuela to stop fentanyl. And people buy it. People are actually believing that here.
Yeah, that's because your education system and your new system is not working.
What are you saying? We are uneducated here in the United States?
Yeah, easy to trick.
I don't know about that. Well, a couple of us are, but
okay. Let me ask this question: what is your delivery system in America? How long do you have in reserve?
You mean
any food, any supply?
Oh, that I have no clue. I mean, you talking about everything from oil to coal. You talking about different energy forms?
Yeah, diapers.
I don't know. I mean, look, you got to go by what the government tells you, and they're not always telling you the truth.
Because the world is based on ready on demand.
Yeah.
Ready on demand, that means you order it from China, it will be there in 2 weeks. So you have approximately 2 weeks reserves.
I mean, I guess you could look at it that way. I mean, like I said, a lot of things they tell us in this country, and it's not just under Trump, it could be under any leader. You got to kind of take it with a grain of salt. Our country, just the way they teach history and everything in this country, they've never wanted the people in this country to know the truth about just the goings on of the country. I mean, we go to war and they tell, all of our wars probably since World War II, just about every conflict we've been in since World War II, I believe they've given a different reason for why they actually went to war, up to and including this one in Iran right now. I don't think that we gave an accurate reason for this one either.
Yeah, you cannot win that war.
We could win it. We could win with Iran. Why you say we can't win?
You cannot. You need to win that war. You need to exterminate the inhabitants.
Yeah, we can do that. I don't support doing it. I don't want to do it, but we absolutely have the capabilities to wipe out a large portion of the Iranian population if we wanted to.
But it means you need to kill all of them to win that war.
Like I said, I'm not certain we cannot do that if we wanted to. I don't want us to do it, but I'm not certain that if we decided to really go gung-ho, I do believe we could get rid of a large portion of that population.
Yeah, you will need to use the nuclear weapons.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for the most part. Or like what Trump is threatening to do, start going after things that support life, like their water plants and going, you can do what they did in Gaza with Israel. You start bombing their farming fields and things like that. So you just essentially starve the people. I mean, Israel has done that to the Palestinians. So now you can't grow crops, you can't feed yourself.
Yeah, but Iran has borders to different countries who are willing to help them.
Who?
China, Pakistan.
Maybe. They haven't helped them so far.
Not in the official, but they are getting help.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't doubt that the Chinese and maybe even the Russians are sending them stuff through the back door. I don't doubt that. I mean, which is why I think the Iranians want us to put boots on the ground over there so they can start slaughtering some Americans. I think they want to get back, and they can't do anything with us as long as we keep hitting them from the air. But if we put soldiers on the ground like Karg Island, we're going to start having casualties.
Yeah. So let me test your education level.
Real quick, because I do got to move it on, but go ahead and give me what you got.
Yeah. Why do you don't have a healthcare system in America? Why do you have to pay for it? Because I know the reason.
It's greed. Greed. The wealthy don't want to share. That's all it is. Is the haves do not want to share with the have-nots. If the haves wanted to share, you could easily do it.
No, it's because when the question came for the white man if the black people should have health care, they said no, because they thought if you don't give the health care to the black man, they would disappear.
Damn. I don't know about that. I'll agree with you halfway. I do believe that if the country was only white, a lot more social programs would be in existence. But I don't believe that they're resisting healthcare because they're trying to make black people die off. I don't believe it's that far. I don't. Huh?
Yeah, you can research that happened.
That they believe that if you don't give healthcare, the black population would die off.
Yeah, that was in the beginning of
well, yeah. If you go, I actually have heard that, but that's much, much further back. That's not going to happen now. Maybe in the late 1800s or something like that. That's not going to happen now, though. You're not going to kill off the black population by not giving them health care in 2026. Maybe 1826 you could have made that happen, but not in 2026.
But that's why they thought it would succeed. It did not succeed. But if they give you health care, you will get more multiply much faster than the white man. Yeah, your answer is correct for yesteryear. My answer is correct for now. In 2026, you don't have health care in America because of greed. It's not because that's why it started what you're talking about. But in 2026, it has more to do with greed and capitalism than it does with trying to wipe out part of the population. I do got to move on, Mr. Greenland. Go ahead, say that again. All right. I agree with you partially, but I think it's everything as life is. Everything gets complicated.
True. Certainly, you got hate and greed involved. Mr. Greenland, great talking to you. I always ask you this when I let you go. What time is it there?
It's 1:30 in the morning.
1 a.m. and it's daylight outside.
Yeah, it's
That's crazy. Mr. Greenland, always a pleasure talking to you. I'll catch you on the next one. Thank you for coming through.
All right.
All right. Appreciate it. 1 o'clock in the morning is daylight out. Wow. In the comments, tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 45,000. Help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goals, if you will. Carmelo Anthony deserves his appellate trial. He deserves to get convicted twice. I saw that, Arceon. What you said, twice in one day, answer conservative. You're confusing me, Tim. Support your local liberal. Yeah, we stepped away. A lot of you folks wasn't tapping the fucking screen, so I thought it was a lame ass live. I was like, let me step away. This is a tough crowd. So we ended it prematurely. What does NATO mean to this caller without the United States? We the rabble, North Atlantic Treaty Organization. I think that the right. I think the mindset in regards to the viewpoint of America from the right side of the aisle is a viewpoint of supremacy. It's a viewpoint of supremacy. I mean, you got folks on the right saying we don't need nobody. We don't need NATO. We don't need the UN. We can do everything by ourselves. Nobody can fuck with us. It's just like a supremacy, a state of supremacy in the mindset of these folks on the right. Because you're asking me, what does NATO mean to this caller without the United States? I actually believe NATO would be still a significant powerhouse without America. A significant powerhouse. Just think about the most powerful nations on earth. How many nations take the United States out of NATO? Just think about all the remaining countries that are in NATO. How many nations could take that on and win? I mean, you would probably say the United States, I suppose, could go into Europe and maybe score some victory. China, that's about it. How many nations could take on NATO and feel confident they would win? So the point I'm making is, even without America, NATO would still be a significant powerhouse. They do not need America as much as we think they do. And if they start stepping up their military spending and stuff, they would just get more powerful. But I really think that that's where Trump and the right has it wrong, is treating NATO like you're just irrelevant. They could do it. That continent could do a lot of damage on its own. There's a lot of great minds, a lot of great products, a lot of just great innovation that comes from Europe. And if all of a sudden America gives them the skids, their weapons production and all that stuff is going to step up. And it wouldn't surprise me if they end up surpassing that of ours, because it's just so many different cultures and minds in Europe compared to America. I think they could pass us. The only reason America, I think we're ahead, is because we always stay at war. There's nothing going to propel your technology and stuff more than staying at war. War is the mother of invention in terms of military arsenal and things like that. Virtually no other country on earth has been at war as much as America since World War II. We're always at war. So yeah, we constantly develop new shit. And because we're always at war, we always got people to test it out on to make sure it works or not. I think we literally create wars just to test new shit. We like war in this country. We absolutely like war. There's very few wars around the planet that America's not involved in it on one way, shape, or form. We're involved in we like war in this country. The sheriff is near, says We the Rebel. What do you mean by the sheriff is near? There is not 1 square inch on this planet that the USA can't stick a flag in if we want to. But the problem is, what price are you willing to pay to post that flag? Think about Iwo Jima and what was the other one? Okinawa or whatever. So you can pay a heavy price to stick that flag. I mean, is America ready to pay that price? Trump said the Ukraine would fail without our help. NATO has supplied them with what they needed and are holding their own against Russia. That's a great point right there. That's a great point right there. President Trump sitting across the couch or sitting next to Zelensky in the Oval Office, telling him you don't have the cards and you're flirting with World War III. President Trump wanted the Ukraine to just concede a chunk of their country to Russia. They said no. And they did it without Trump's help. Trump became president. We cut back intelligence. We cut back weapons. We cut back everything to them. And they've gotten stronger. You're gonna assume Europe wouldn't do that as well? If we decide to say fuck Europe, you're gonna assume that Europe couldn't do that as well? Let me go back to the bots. We'll make it happen with Stick, the ruler. Our current administration is very... Hang on a second, Stick. What does that say? Our current administration is very avarice. Our figurehead is disgustingly hungry for power, which is foolish. I do agree with that last part. Stick, good evening.
Good evening, Tim. Hey, earlier he got you, Tim.
What do you mean?
He got you. He got you with your own words.
Talk to me.
Your own words. Your own words. What you saying when somebody does something, you cannot say another person is gonna come back or react. You don't know how they're gonna react to it. So I put in the comments, he got you with your own words.
Mm-hmm. And that's true. You don't know how they're gonna react to it, but that don't mean that their reaction is not gonna have consequences involved. When Austin Metcalf put his hands on Carmelo Anthony, yeah, he may have slapped you, he may have ran, he may have taken your life. But there is consequences if he over-responds. Just like I tell women, you don't get to hit a man and expect him to duck, dodge, or run. He may respond by slapping or beating the shit out of you. But if he goes overboard, he still may face penalties with the law. Carmelo Anthony went overboard.
I don't think he went overboard.
The guy is dead. How much further can he go?
I'm gonna say it again, Tim. You wasn't there, so you just going by what you heard. And then again, he got you with you've been brainwashed.
How have I been brainwashed?
You've been brainwashed to think that if you comply, then it ain't gonna be no problems, and then you find out we still do have problems. So what do? They made it so there's no good answer. Anyone
watching me for even a short period of time would know I have never suggested that if you comply with law enforcement, you don't have anything to worry about. I've said that you shouldn't even speak to them. I've mentioned that any defense lawyer worth their salt, white, black, or indifferent, doesn't matter who the client is, doesn't matter what color the lawyer is or what color the client is. All defense attorneys tell you, do not talk to police. Do not assume they're on the up and up. They have a Supreme Court ruling that suggests they can lie to you. I have never, ever suggested that complying with police comes with zero risk. I've never said that.
So my whole thing with that to say is, again, we're in the catch-22. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
No, but
how do we win?
Well, you don't win. You play the odds, Stick. The odds, listen, you could be incredibly nice to a cop and still get gangster grandma with a badge. The point I'm saying, though, is you got to play.
Gen X with a badge?
I think gangster grandma might be more dangerous to a white person than Gen X to a black person. But let me just say it like this. You can't guarantee anything, but you play the odds. The odds are it is not in your best interest to argue with the police on the side of the road. Even if you're right. Argue with the police on the side. How many videos have you seen where somebody argued with the cops and you are right, sir. Go ahead and have a nice day. That almost never happens. Even if the cop is wrong, you're not going to win that argument.
But not only that, it's the ones that ain't doing nothing. Hey, do you have I got a firearm and I also got a license to carry. I'm not reaching for it. I'm trying to just show you my license. Mm-hmm. Don't do it. Pow, 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 pow. And fucking up his kids. But
you're using stuff that, there's like thousands of police interactions online, even controversial ones. How often do you see somebody gently, peacefully reaching for their firearm and the cop goes pop, 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 pop? Out of the thousands of traffic stops that happen.
He wasn't reaching for his firearm. I said that he let him know that I
Yeah, you talking about the guy sitting in the car with his girlfriend and his baby.
Right.
Yeah.
And so again, it's one of those situations to where, goddamn, like he kind of told you what's going on, what you need to know, and he ain't finna go for nothing. But at the same time, you still feel it's okay to just smoke the man.
Yeah, but
in front of his children.
But Stick, the point I'm making is this. Just because one cop got caught on video doing something that is, in my opinion, straight up criminal, that don't mean you expect that to happen anytime you deal with cops. I mean, that's like hold on. Here's a good example. If you walk into a liquor store and one of the African American customers pulls out a pistol and says, "Give me all your money," which you have a much greater chance of that happening than what happened to Philandro Castile. Do that make you change your judgment to African Americans?
Hold up, no, you don't. Where the fuck you get that statistic
You're
from?
telling me you have yes, I'm telling you straight up, you have a far greater chance of being stuck up and robbed by an African American than you do of what happened with Philando Castile. That almost happens to no one.
I need you to show me that statistic. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like you just said some shit that don't make no sense.
I'll give you a perfect example. Compare how many people you've heard suggesting that I'm a legal firearm carrier, and all I did was told him I had a firearm on me, and he either drew down on me, or he shot me, or he shot my husband, or something. Compare that number to the people you've heard that say I got stuck up and robbed in the African American community. You shouldn't need to see statistics. You know one is much higher.
So number one, I'm from Claremont, out of Tampa Bay. And I've never heard any of my homeboys say I got stuck up and robbed. I'm 47 years old. I don't know one homeboy that has been stuck up and robbed by another African American.
Really? No robberies happen in your area at all?
We don't. For what? We got everything. We good. I grew up in the hood, which is predominantly black, but all of us live right next to Brandon, which is another neighborhood that was predominantly at the time white folks, but we was the step from the white folks. So it wasn't no, I come out the yard, I got people lifting weights and shit like that. No, we got an HOA. Like, no, that shit ain't happening. Where do you think we live at?
Well, I'm going to tell you, even with you suggesting that getting stuck up and robbed is not happening in your area, I don't think there's many legal, law-abiding gun owners getting shot in your area either.
So my whole point of it is, the contact situation between us and the police is higher. Even though we don't have a high crime rate in my neighborhood that I grew up in, even though the contact rate, as soon as they see you, boom, it is what it is. They already have a perceived notion that something is wrong or you done did something wrong. They just got a boy just now, he had a hoodie on walking because it's the summertime, and he had a jacket with a hood. He didn't have a hoodie. He had a jacket with a hood on. And the police is walking behind him. Hey, what are you doing? What you doing? Oh, don't walk across the street. You might get hit. Oh, now I'm doing a traffic stop and grab.
I saw that video. I know the video you're talking about.
So again, you got a higher chance of some shit like that happening than getting robbed by an African American. That's some bullshit, Tim.
Maybe in your neighborhood, but you go to the hood in Detroit, the hood in Chicago, the hood in Philly. You got a far greater chance of that. I don't know where you live at where black on black crime is non-existent, but that normally ain't the case. I don't know where you live at.
Tim, I'm not finna do the thing that everybody likes to do. Oh, my hood is this and my hood is that. What I'm gonna tell you is, you know what was a good depiction of really how the hood is? Mm-hmm. Malibu's Most Wanted. You know,
I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
You know our dog is having puppies, and then he's looking like, oh, really? And the white dude, and then the black dude's got to be like, pit bull puppies, fool. Like, yeah, that's like.
Well, the hood I grew up in, well, first of all, the hood I grew up in didn't have any white people in it. So you grew up in a better hood than I did. My hood was not interracial. It was just all black people. So there wasn't no white guy to say pit bulls. If a white person was in my neighborhood, they were either cops or they were dealing with real estate or something coming through the neighborhood, or some of this fucking, what do they call it, child protective services type shit. But all the inhabitants were black.
So I'm gonna just say it like this. I was born in Louisville, Kentucky, which Louisville is off the chain. It's on the first 48. I'm still saying, even growing up a little bit in Louisville, I've never seen nobody get robbed. I've never seen another African American rob another African American.
That's crazy.
Does it exist? Does it exist? I'm pretty sure it does. Just like all of these motherfuckers that are white tea walking around, unaliving themselves, unaliving people at schools, unaliving goddamn kids and children and ABs against children. You know, they doing all of this stuff. They do it on a higher scale, regardless of whether they're the most people in this country, in the sense of, you know, percentage wise. They're doing more crime than everybody total loss.
Somebody brought up First 48. I think they're in Louisville. I don't know, for what you've experienced growing up in the hood, where you've never heard of anybody that's gotten robbed and stuff like that. You grew up in a very nice, rosy area, because that is not. I mean, I grew up also on the north side of Milwaukee. Licks was everywhere. People were hitting licks every damn where. For you to grow up in the hood and you didn't experience that stuff, that's amazing. Before we continue on, though, somebody in the comments, I wanted to just tell them their case about Trump. I don't know, was it Zay0991? That is 100% false. I'm not even going to read it. But no, what you're talking about, Stick, I've never heard of that. Where I don't know, nobody that's gotten robbed. I suppose nobody car got broken into anything. Nobody got shot. None of that, huh?
For what? We got money. What we got to rob?
That ain't the hood. Then that's not the hood.
So it is the hood. The hood got money in it. You
yeah.
Everybody been doing. You think everybody just sitting around?
Is it diverse? Is it diverse?
Yes.
Okay.
We got Puerto Ricans, we got Cubans, we got Guatemalans, we got white folks, we got black folks, we got pretty much
and everybody getting along, harmony, no crime, and all that.
No, we go to the Spanish barbershop and or you know what I'm saying, the Latino barbershop. Like they cut our hair, we cut their hair. Like we just in Claremont, in Tampa, we don't have that problem.
Yeah, that's amazing. Your neighborhood is, you're basically saying I grew up around a bunch of minorities. In my neighborhood, the crime was so low that we had a greater chance being affected by the cops than we did each other. That is above the norm for most minority areas. That is certainly above the norm.
Yeah, and it needs to be above the norm. And I will hope that more people speak out about it, because we only shorten the name. It's neighborhood. We understand that. But when we say the hood, it don't necessarily mean it's fucked up and we got cars on fucking
Do you have poor people in the area?
Bricks and shit.
Do you have poor people in the area?
Yeah, but they stay by the freeway. They waiting for you to get, because Trump done made it so bad that instead of them being able to be downtown and all of that shit, him and DeSantis done got together. You can't be broke and in Florida or broke in a, well, you can go to California.
So in that area, where the poor people are, is the chances greater in that area that you may have person-on-person crime versus police?
They can't afford a weapon. No. They can't afford a weapon. Only thing they can do is come up and ask you, do you want to buy water? They're at the
So what is this, crime? What do you live in, crime-free Florida?
No, I don't live in crime-free Florida, but where I do live is, I'm just as broke as you. I'm not finna rob you. You ain't nobody. Like that's how we look at it. Even for the ones that was out there doing the dirt, doing wrong, being the hood, dope boy and all of that stuff, them dudes is trying to be Nino Brown, and not Nino Brown, but they trying to be Frank Lucas. They trying to give away turkeys and shit.
So for folks that are just tuning in, by the way, folks, tap the screen. If you're watching on YouTube, I need you to smash that like button. If you're watching on TikTok, tap the screen, get the likes up, and help your boy up the hat and mustache goes, please. I'm asking you this. So just to get clarity, you're saying in your neighborhood, you have a greater chance of being victimized by the police than another citizen.
Yes, because crime is so low.
How often does that happen? How often do the police victimize citizens in your area?
I would say at a greater than somebody robbing somebody.
Yeah, but what does that mean though?
I'm at the age now where when I was younger, shit, just for walking down the street wearing the blue bandana like I was Tupac and Dickie suit on, they want to pull me over and say I'm part of a gang when really, no, this is just how we dressing right now.
When they pull you over though, or when they profile you, what do they do to you? Is it just because you're saying they victimize you? How are you being victimized?
I'll give you an anecdote, just a real quick one. Okay, so I got a friend. We go to the Hard Rock. We at the Hard Rock Casino here in Tampa. He says, "Hey, bro, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make the games because you play a parlay. You pick up to like eight teams, win or lose, whatever the case may be, points, whatever." He says, "Meet me at the Wawa that's across the street from the whatchamacallit. I'm gonna give you $50. I need you to go play." He can't go in the casino, so he allows, he gives me the money to go play for him. All right, cool. I meet him at the Wawa's down the street from my house. The casino is too. Get the money. He's sitting at the pump. He gives me the $50. I leave. As I'm leaving to go to the casino, which is right across the street, I get pulled. The police come up and ask me, I got a crossbody on, a Coach crossbody, male crossbody.
Yeah, the bag.
Put your hands out the window. He pulls his weapon out, everything. So I'm like, man, well, okay, I put my hands out the window because I don't want to get pew-pew, right? I say, man, well, what the hell is going on? You ran 2 stop signs. What stop signs? I didn't run no stop signs. What are you talking about? Okay, give me your license down. I said, okay, before I give you my license, let me just say this, bro. When I give you my license, look at my license. So he's all nervous and shit. I got my hands out the window. I said, I'm finna go in this crossbody and I'm finna get this license. I get the license, I give it to him. I say, now, before you just walk away, I'm gonna ask you again to look at my license. So he looks at my license, he sees I'm a veteran. Then he goes, oh, thank you for your service. The reason why I told you put your hands out the window, people hold pistols in their crossbody, so I just, and I'm like, yeah, but you don't know. Just like you said about people not knowing when you can say something and it might trigger somebody and they say something that's worse, or you touch somebody and they do something worse, like hit you in the chest with a poker, like all of that is relevant.
Yeah, but where's it? Okay.
So when I asked him why did he pull me, he said, I seen you at the pump. What did you get? You got anything illegal? I said, no, I got money, unless that's illegal. He gave me $50 to go play a ticket for him at the casino. Oh. You sure you ain't got nothing? No, I ain't got nothing illegal. So again, I'll have that encounter before I have somebody come up and rob me.
Yeah, but first of all, is that you consider that as being you were victimized?
I consider that as being I was being profiled. Yeah. You thought because I walked over from the pump for my car and talked to my friend, grabbed $50, and then left. You wanted to, because you were sitting there.
Hold on. See, when I asked you, do you have a greater chance of being victimized by? I was talking about that Diallo shit where you got a firearm and the guy shoots you a bunch of times. That's happening to nobody. Profiling, yeah, I've been profiled. That happens to everybody. That I do believe, but
that's not cool either. And then number two, you fail to forget. I told you he pulled his weapon out on me because he seen I had a crossbody, which means I had my windows down.
Okay.
You seen that I wasn't trying to do nothing. I didn't have any. You just pulled your weapon out because you was Mr. Big Shit and you thought that you had a drug bust that you seen. When I got $50 and went to the goddamn casino after I got traffic stopped. That's the shit I'm talking about.
Okay.
I could have got pew because he thought he seen a drug deal go down.
I don't know. I gotta respond. Where you and I disagree is what happened to that man with his kid and his woman in the car. I don't think that happens to her. I think that is like lottery odds that'll happen to you. I mean, that guy just happened to meet a cop that was trigger happy. What?
Why should there be odds?
Because mankind is not mankind is not perfect. There's gonna be some screw ups. Mankind is not perfect.
I'm gonna ask you this: what's the odds of a white man going to another white man's car and getting pew pew?
Oh, it's happened too. You had Jesse Jackson down in Arkansas defending a white guy.
So when you got violent white teen men, regardless of whether they're citizens or they're police, but they walking around because they're thinking they missed the big shit and they're thinking that they better than everybody, your chances are higher, just like it's higher for a young black male to be on a boat full of white folks. He's in danger.
Yeah, what I'm saying, I unfortunately got to move it on for time, but what I'm saying is the stuff you're pointing out, I don't disagree with the way you're framing it. But the chances of that stuff happening to African Americans is lottery odds. Even this stuff behind me with Nolan Wells. I mean, you know how many black people hang around nothing but white folks and they don't get killed or found missing? I mean, it's still lottery odds. This stuff is not happening. It ain't like this is something that's happening all over the place.
It is happening all over the place. They got what are they called? The police stations. They're finding bodies up on the police stations and shit, not knowing who they are because the police done unalive somebody in their little chamber down there, and now they're finding bodies. So this has been going on for a long time. It ain't no lottery odds. It's just everything ain't caught on.
I don't know I don't know if you understand what I mean when I say lottery odds. When I say lottery odds, I mean if 500,000 Nolan Wells hung out with a group of white guys, maybe one of them might have this event happen. I'm not saying that one is not too many, but I'm saying it is lottery odds. I'm saying this is not common that I mean, otherwise, I guess, what did we expect? Willis and we expected Arnold and Willis to not hang around Mr. Drummond because something may happen. Kimberly may kill him.
No, this is what I'm saying. What's not lottery odds is the chance of it happening.
It is lottery odds.
Listen, Tim. What is lottery odds is the chance that it gets caught on tape or somebody snitches on the person that does it. That's the lottery. That's where you don't know how many of these things done happen so many times over the years. You just know about this one. So that's why you're saying it's lottery odds. But it's not. It's more of those that are happening. We're digging up bodies every day up on the police stations and people that selling their property, especially in the South. Old plantations and shit like that, back road places.
Well, yeah, if you're going all the way back to the Jim Crow era and before, the odds were significantly higher because you couldn't even legally go in most establishments with these guys. But in 2026, it's lottery odds. It is the chances of you.
No, it's not. It's not. That's like saying it's lottery odds for Trump to hit a school in Iran. It's not a lottery odd. The motherfuckers don't know what they're doing. They're incompetent, and it's liable to happen every day. Let them motherfuckers keep doing it. Like this is the incompetent motherfucking leadership we got. They trash this shit. I don't have no faith in them. I don't have no faith in nothing they're trying to do. And then for you to be the president and tell us we can't have cheaper housing because you can't get what the fuck you want. That right there should be treasonous. You're stopping something that will help the American people to get what the fuck you want. Get your bitch ass out the seat.
I don't disagree with the last part about holding the Housing Act hostage. I got to move it on stick, but I do disagree with the rest of that. Thanks for coming through.
Right.
Thanks for coming. And look, if that means I gotta take some flack and be the whipping boy on today's show from my African American audience, I'm willing to take that punishment. But I do believe that the chances of an African American hanging around 3 or 4 white friends and ending up like Nolan Wells, I do believe it's lottery type odds. Now, my last caller suggested, no, it happens all the time. It's just all happening and ain't nobody catching it or reporting it. That blacks are hanging around whites and they're getting slaughtered all the time. And there are bodies all over America like that. And this is just one of the rare cases where we heard about it. I just believe that in modern times, we got access to cameras. We could actually pick up the phone and call people, media, and things like that. If it was happening, you would hear about it. Because I think the police have a better capability of covering up a story than these dudes do. And you hear about the police mistreating black people all the time. So if this type of stuff is happening with Nolan Wells, I actually do believe you would be hearing about it. There's a ton of African Americans out there that do have mostly white friends, and I assume if I did this show on a larger scale, I would have a lot of black people. Like, I ain't around white people all the time. There's a lot of towns out there that are predominantly white, and there's a few black people in that town, and that's who they hanging around. They're not coming up dead. There's a whole lot of towns like that around the country where most of the people in that town are not black, and a few black people in that town are hanging around mostly white people, and they're not coming up dead. I think it's lottery odds. Looking in the comments, so I guess the police beat up black people more than black people beat up each other. Shit like this is why nobody takes us seriously, Adam. That is what he's saying, Adam. That is exactly what he's saying, is that you have a greater chance being victimized by police than you do by another member of your own community. That is exactly what he said. Looking in the comments, we'll continue on. Tap the screen, help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goals. We'll make it happen with Real Talk. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Real Talk.
Hey, what's going on, sir?
Not much at all. I'm in the trenches today. Apparently, I'm not talking right for an African-American male. You got a loud background.
In the trenches, man.
You got a loud background. Say that again.
All right, hold on. Let me turn this off real quick.
Sure.
All right, what about now?
Okay, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, you always in the trenches, sir.
I don't know why.
In the trenches, sir.
I'm just preaching logic. I don't know why.
I know, but I'm gonna need you to do a little bit better, sir.
Okay.
In case it'd be like.
What am I getting wrong? What am I getting wrong, sir? What am I getting wrong?
I had jet jumped on. I was connecting this damn flight simulator rig.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I have never seen this before. I'm appreciative of folks supporting the program, but apparently on YouTube, I think this says squad. He sent me an UNC alert, so it's a light, like a flashing police light. That says UNC. What an Uncle Tom alert? Really? They let you send some shit like that. Oh my God! Serious?
I'll be on that too, though. Yeah, they got all type of little gifts on there, man.
That is not a gift. I don't look that. Oh my God! That came from Squazzly. Unc alert! I wish I could have took a picture of it. It says it's a police light, and it has inside of it Unc alert with flashing like.
He said that boy tripping.
Okay, what am I getting wrong though? And I'm not. That was funny. Man. What am I getting wrong?
I don't know what the topic about though. Like what we talking about?
Well, are you aware of this Nolan Wells case?
No, I just saw that like that when I logged on to you. I was just seeing.
I'm amazed at how many.
5 minutes ago.
You're not the first. I'm amazed. There's a lot of black folks that have never heard of this. This guy went on a vacation with 3 of his white friends and came back dead. And folks are trying to suggest that as a black person, you should never hang around an all-white group. Do you subscribe to that theory at all?
Well, I don't subscribe to like, oh, just because they all white. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to pay attention to your surroundings no matter who you with.
Thank you.
In case it be like that.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, you know, when I was growing up, you know, they say that the people that hit you the most be the people that's closest to you.
True.
Or whatnot like that, no matter who they are. You know what I'm saying? So I just really don't subscribe to that kind of stuff. He should have been more aware. I would say, if anything, he should have been more aware of the people that he was hanging around or whatnot like that. But I mean, I can't say it was based on color, though. I mean, that's just being real.
Yeah.
Or if case it'd be like that.
Now, my last guest before you, he suggested that in his neighborhood, there's a greater chance of being victimized by police than his fellow black man. Have you ever heard of something like that, where you live in a neighborhood where it's mostly minorities, and you have a greater chance of being victimized by police than your own brothers and sisters? Because, you know, look, crime is an opportunistic thing. It's usually people violating folks who are in close proximity to them. And you know, in the hood, crime happens. He's suggesting that even in the hood, the African Americans in the hood were not doing anything of criminality to each other. It was just only the cops fucking with them. Have you ever heard something like that?
Well, you were talking about Stick, right?
Yeah.
Nah, I heard Stick say he from Florida. I'm born and raised from Miami, Florida. Now I can't say that, you know what I'm saying? Like we don't do like it depends on what we do to each other, what make us gonna do something. But what I can say about being born and raised, I'm 44 years old. By being born and raised in Miami, Florida, like at the same time, your mindset is you more worried about the police than you worry about somebody in the hood gonna do something to you. Or if the case shouldn't be like that because it's just the way it is down there. I can't speak from nowhere else.
Yeah, but the police. Yeah, but are the police really? If you're a law-abiding citizen, is the police really harming people like that down there?
Okay, so check this out. I'm glad you asked that question. That was a good question. You know what I'm saying? So one day, right? This one, I was working at a garbage dump in Doral. Now I'm walking down the street. It's broad daylight. I got a white beater on and some gym shorts with no pockets. I got slides on my feet, and I got my work clothes in one of those little plastic bags that you can see through. Now, it's all kind of people on that block. They jogging, and, you know, they walking, exercising, and stuff like that. But there was only one that looked like me. Sir, one thing I'll never forget, when I saw that blue Lumina, this back in the day when, in Miami, when police used to have the Luminas.
The Chevy Lumina, yeah, Chevy Lumina. Chevy Lumina, yeah.
So, the Lumina coming down the street, the Lumina passed up all those people who didn't look like me and cut me off. Two white detectives jumped out the car. The first thing the driver asked me was, "What you doing around here?" I said, "Man, I'm going down there to work." He said, "What you got?" He said, "You got any weapons on you?" I looked down at my clothes. I told you I had a white beater on. I said, "Man, where am I have weapons at?" He started laughing. "What you got in the bag?" Searched my bag. Gave him my bag. He ain't see nothing in it. All right, man, go ahead and have a nice day. Or if case should be like that. So for what I feel like, it just depends on where you from of what you experience.
Yeah. And
you can only talk about that from that aspect. I was 17 years old coming out of Kmart. You remember Kmart, right?
Yeah.
I don't know this thing I stole.
No,
but
they don't.
This was before they was going out of business. I'm 17 years old coming out of Kmart. North Miami police rolled up, say, "Oh, this and that," threw me on the back of the car. Police officer kicked me so hard, ripped skin off my body. I'm a child. 17 years old. My mama called the police. I went home and told my mama. She called the police station. They threw out all the tickets. The man kicked me, ripped skin off my body, and wrote me like 7 tickets. Or if the case should be like that, it threw them all out.
Now that is genuine victimization. That's what I'm talking about. Getting profiled, unfortunately, that happens to... Look, I've probably been profiled at least 5 times in my life that I can think of, and I don't have a criminal record at all. So being black and getting profiled is, yeah, that's like sand on the beach, and that's wrong. But when I'm talking about being victimized, I'm talking about acts of violence. And that's where because he's making it sound like I said, getting robbed in the hood or something like that. He's saying there's a greater chance that the police will be violent to you than you being victimized violently by another black man in the hood. And that's what I'm saying. What'd you say?
Yeah, so like if you ever watch First 48, right? Like if you ever watch that, when they talk about Miami, you'll always hear them talk about Overtown and Pork and Bean Projects.
I've been in them.
Yeah,
them little white row houses or whatever they were.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so it'd be like that. In the Pork Bean Projects, I don't know if you know this, back when the city of Miami, they had put a police station in the Pork Bean Projects. Or if case it'd be like that. Now, it wasn't really, like we did stuff to each other sometimes because, you know, you got the s'mores going on, people serving, and you on the wrong block and stuff like that. But at the same time, the city of Miami police had become under a federal investigation or whatnot like that for corruption. Or whatever case they be like that. The chief even had to resign because of the investigation that was going on because of the corruption. Now, the way the police used to treat us down there, like I said, we used to call them crackers. You know what I'm saying? Like, it didn't matter if they was black or white. If you was the police, you was considered all the same. Or whatever case it'd be like that.
That's still like that. Blue is blue.
Like for an example, like I had rap back down in it was easy if you was black to get pulled over by a white officer than a black officer.
But what I'm asking you, and I agree with the profiling and all the stuff you're going in, the black cop showing out for the white cop, like Ice Cube said. I agree with all that. But what I'm saying is, when they come up on you, if you're law abiding, do they still beat your ass? In other words, even though they're profiling you and shit, if you don't put up resistance, do they still beat you up?
So I'm gonna give you this portion. I'll just speak on that. In Fort Lauderdale, back in the days, Fort Lauderdale police, they had a section of the police that was called the Raiders. Or in case it'd be like that. How you knew the Raiders was they always carried one black glove. They only had on one black glove. Them police officers used to grab people and beat you and dump your ass somewhere, or whatever case it'd be like that. Just beat you for no apparent reason. Like you ain't doing nothing wrong or no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And they just beat you for no reason. In Miami, the police used to do stuff like that. Because I remember one time I went to court, the police officer lied. I was in court, the judge said, why would the police officer lie? So, like I said, I can't speak for nowhere else. But in Miami, Florida, if it's your word against the police officer word,
that's no anywhere. You're going to lose. You're going to lose. Yeah, that's anywhere.
Sir, so I'll tell you this story real quick, right? It's a real quick one. I remember one time I was over at my cousin's house. Police pulled a dude over on the corner, 135th Street, Northwest 15th Avenue. Pulled the dude over. The dude had an ounce of green on him. Or the case should be like that. 2 police officers told that boy to walk. Told him, get out of this car, told him to walk. Me and my cousin sitting on the porch. The 2 police officers started smoking the man green. When the boy walked back up, when the dude walked back up, the police officer said, didn't I tell you to leave? You want to go to jail? Didn't I tell you to leave and don't come back? Man had to come get his car the next day. So like I could feel what Stick's saying, because of what I went through in the area where I lived. I can't speak for nobody else.
But wait a minute. So, the guy got an illegal substance on him. Now, the police... Green, right? The green is illegal, right?
Yeah.
So they tell him to get the hell up out of here, and they start smoking this shit. What is he expecting him? So you gonna argue with them? What point is he trying to make? He
ain't arguing with him. He left for it because they ain't start off real. They pulled him over, they found him, they told him to leave.
Okay.
The dude he walked off and left for a little while.
Okay.
But by the time he came back, they standing on the corner, just blowing. Okay, should be like that. Okay. They told him to leave. Told him to leave again. He came and got his car the next day.
Oh, so they wouldn't let him take his car either?
No, they wouldn't let him take none. Okay. They told him to walk off.
Actually, though, to be honest with you, you got caught with an illegal substance. So in a lot of places, they can take your car, or better yet, they can at least charge you with DUI or what. I mean, the fact that they let you leave and come back, they didn't tow your car, that actually ain't that bad.
You're right, it ain't that bad, but what if that man had to pick up his kids? What if he had something to do? Now, hold on. Even though he did something wrong, but this is my thing. Like, I don't saw sometime, like, I was even blowing one time. Police officer walk around the corner when I was pulling the J from my mouth. Okay, said be like that. I tried to lie and said it was a black, but he kept asking me, and I figured out it's best me tell the truth. And don't let me catch it back around here doing it again. Yeah. Some of them would just be nasty like that. Or because who you going to, like I said, in Miami, your word against a police officer.
Yeah, I agree with that part. But to me, in this situation where they smoke this shit, that's the akin of the police pulling you over with an open container in your car and telling you get out and just walk. And you come back and see them sipping your liquor. I mean, they could get you with a DUI and a whole bunch of shit. All they making you do is leave your car in that spot and come back the next day and get it. That's actually you getting blessed.
That's why I said, like, when they told him to leave again, he just turned around and left. Like, he ain't trying to argue with them or nothing, but it's still foul.
Would you rather let me ask you this, as opposed to what they did to him, would he have rather they did what the law legally allows them to do, which is charge him with the green and tow his car and all that?
I want to go to jail, sir. Anybody want to go to jail?
Right. So they actually did him. They did him a solid. They did him. Look. Hold on. If they had told him, we can do what the law allows, or you can let us go ahead and smoke this sticky, he would have gladly let them do that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, he would rather go to jail, but what I'm saying is, I was just talking about what Steve was saying about how what we have to worry about compared to in the hood of our people, or worry about compared to the police. You know what I'm saying? Like for an example, if that was somebody gonna stick you up, they gonna take what you got and go ahead and clear. You can go ahead and drive off and go back and do the things that you want to do or whatever. But when it came down to them, They didn't care what, like for an example, one day I was riding with my big cousin. Like I said, this was like 20 years ago. I'm riding with my big cousin. We on bikes now. We riding through the neighborhood. Police stopped us, Metro Dade, because they were corrupt too. Metro Dade stopped us in the middle of the street while we on the way to the blood bank. So my cousin get blood and talking about something. We got reported by people breaking their houses around here. We on goddamn bikes, man. We in the middle of the street, right? We ain't got no bags or nothing like that.
That same scenario happened to me as a 16-year-old in Milwaukee. Same scenario. Took my walkie-talkie and bike off of me, took me down to the station. That exact same, and they said the same thing. We got a report about people breaking on houses. I mean, that happened to me, and I ended up having as a minor, I spent like 4 hours in the station. I mean, same scenario. Happened to me in the 80s.
So, you know, like I was saying, just to go where Stig was saying, like when I'm in the hood of mine, like I said, I grew up in Overtown, Poker Bean Project, City, Brownsville, Carol City, Lake Lucerne. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in all of, you know.
But Stig said you got a greater chance of being victimized by the police violently than you do your own in the Porky Bean Projects? Really?
When I was just finna, look, that's what I'm telling you. Like I used to be in the Poker Bean. Like my daddy, when I was a little kid, my daddy was one of the big deep boys around there in Poker Bean Projects. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Or if he came there with Willie before he passed, you feel me? But at the same time, what I'm saying is, we're more worried about in Miami. I can't speak for no.
You're more worried about it, but I'm saying even you might be more worried about a lesser threat. I think still in the Porky Bean Projects, you had a greater chance of being violently victimized by a black man than you do the cops, despite you being more worried about the cops.
First of all, if you in the Porky Bean Project, whatever case should be like that, you know what I'm saying? And you playing your position, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you over there talking greasy, acting crazy, then you got something to worry about. But when it come down to the police, you just walking down the street, they just be riding, looking for somebody to mess with. Like I said, I'm going to say it again. I can't speak for nowhere else. I can only tell you about where I'm from and what I saw. And then, like I told you earlier, what I experienced. What I experienced in Miami, these things are common for people that look like me. Or if case they be like that. It's just a common. I'm more worried about in Miami. Sir, I tell you this right here. I got pulled over one time because I ride in the HOV lane by a cop. That boy looked at my license, looked at me. Looked at my license, looked at me. Looked at my license, looked at me and said, boy, you better hope ain't nothing wrong with your license. And now I'm in the car like I'm worried. Okay, like that. I was thinking about, did I miss any court dates? Okay, I'm checking my ashtray for any roaches. Okay, like why you doing me? And then when he called me back to the car, wrote me a ticket, he looked at me and said, boy, you better be lucky wasn't nothing wrong with your license. So I can only speak about where I'm from. That's why I can relate to what Stig said, man, because I'm in Miami. No matter where I'm at in Miami.
Let me ask you something. Have you ever in your life been victimized by somebody black?
Oh yeah.
How often? How many times?
I was 13 years old and robbed by 3 grown black dudes. That was. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's like things you done talked about before, like, you know, what's going on, poverty and stuff like that. Like, in our neighborhoods and stuff like that, like, that's why I wasn't never the type, like, I grew up in Miami, I was never the type to really wear jewelry. Because when people hungry out here, you know what I'm saying? Like times hard and ain't no jobs in the hood and people hungry. So wearing jewelry, like you were talking.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's the same thing. You like you mentioned, you driving down the street and cops are just looking to fuck with you. You're basically saying that if you wear certain jewelry, there are Negroes in your neighborhood looking to fuck with you too. You're changing the way you present yourself because there are sharks in your neighborhood that are black.
But sir, check this out though. Like even though you right though, you know what I'm saying. But let's just say you in a certain neighborhood, or in case say about that, you got jewelry. Now that same black dude or black woman or black folks or whatever case may be like that might want to get you, but depending on what neighborhood you in, they might be worried about if you got a pistol on you. But now when it comes down to the police, they ain't giving a dang about none of that. They see you, they want to mess with you, they gonna run up on you. You act crazy, they finna call 1,000 soldiers to beat you down.
Well, yeah, acting.
All kind of clips.
Yeah, I gotta move it on, but yeah, acting crazy is never gonna work in your best interest with the police. I agree with that 100%. I gotta.
Thanks for bringing me up, sir.
Anytime. That's real talk for sure. Appreciate it. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 80,000. Shit, Florida is a hot spot, huh? Florida's a hot spot. Looking in the comments, is he? What does it say? Is he acting crazy? No, he's telling you his truth. No one's fault but your own. That's free will. Thank Jesus for it. Okay, Black Lives Matter leaders are millionaire whites. I don't know what the relevance of that is. I don't care. Look, most defense attorneys are millionaire white too. I don't look. If I am mistreated by the police, and BLM helps me get justice, I don't give a shit what the leaders of BLM are or how much money they got. No different than if I'm being, hemmed up by the court system and I have to hire, a Johnny Cochran type or whatever. The lawyer got millions of dollars too. To some degree, BLM kind of acts in place of lawyers. I mean, because there's a lot of people without BLM, they would not have received justice. So you would say a lawyer deserves to get that money. So if, like George Floyd's family, for instance, they would not have gotten justice for the death of George Floyd without BLM. Okay, so the owner of BLM got money. Who gives a shit? They got justice out of it. Just like I said, if you end up getting a not guilty verdict when you're getting hemmed up by the court, do you really care how much money the lawyer has? It's irrelevant. I needed him. He came through for me. I don't care what kind of money he got. Looking in the comments, though, my T sharp from coming to America, but I don't know what that means. Hell to the no, nobody wants to live. Economy suppressed neighborhoods, it goes down. God mind, I don't know what that means. The U.S. doesn't have the manpower to sustain long-term combat without NATO. It is because of NATO we and the Western world have dominated the globe. I agree with that. I absolutely believe that the Trump administration and MAGA are wrong in the way they're viewing NATO. I think NATO is a far more necessary ally than they want to give credit for. Tap the screen, get us on up to 90,000 in the like category. We'll make it happen with MAGA Reacts. Help me go out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes kind of short there. MAGA, get it. Now you're also in Miami. You're in Miami, right?
Next. Yeah, I'm also at Home Depot shopping. Can you pick me back up after the next person?
Sure. All right, we'll move on. He's also a Floridian. I just thought about that. A lot of Floridians on the program tonight. I'll be curious to hear his Saturday out. Now, he's MAGA, and he's also down there in Florida as well. We'll go to is that Super 8 or Super B? Super B. Good evening, Super B. All Floridians are crazy, says Mercafeller. Okay, Super B, good evening.
No.
Okay, apparently he's busy. All right, we'll move it on. Real quick in the comments, tap the screen, get us up to 90,000. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap goes, if you will. How would you feel about white people on January 6th holding WLM signs instead of MAGA signs? White Lives Matter? To me, all I see when I hear White Lives Matter is we hate BLM. We don't agree with anything they stand for. That's the only purpose of White Lives Matter. Is you will not. White Lives Matter is only a counter to Black Lives Matter. If nobody's talking about Black Lives Matter, you won't hear about White Lives Matter. It's the same thing with the Irish slaves. The so-called Irish slaves. If you're not talking about the African slave trade, you'll never hear about the Irish slaves. It is. I don't even believe it's based on validity or based on truth. It's just trying to silence the African Americans from what they're talking about. That's the only time you hear about Irish slaves is there has to be a conversation going on about black slavery. That's the only time it comes up. And the same thing with White Lives Matter. If you don't talk about BLM, you'll never hear about that. So it's just a counter. That's all it is. It's a counter from a hateful standpoint that we don't want you guys to get credit or to lead a discussion on your issue, so we're gonna throw something. We're gonna throw a monkey in the rich. Have you ever heard of Florida man stories? Yes, Teal Hunter. Yes, we have. Florida, a lot of crazy shit happens in Florida. Charlemagne the God talks about strangest places, and he mentions Florida as well. We were slaves to the English for 750 years plus, but not in the U.S. Yeah, and it was different. It was different in the United States. If you had white slavery in the United States, you would have white slave stories in the United States. You're going to tell me we're idolizing and honoring all the former slave owners, Confederates and all of that shit, but none of the white slaves made it to history? That makes no sense. You're going to tell me they actually looked out for Harriet Tubman and preserved her name in history and they ignored all the white slaves? If there was white slavery in America, you would know of well-known white slaves. The fact that you don't know of any of them, and they actually teach you about African-American slavery in schools now, and they don't teach you about white slaves, that's all you need to know. Because most of America's history, probably up to at least the 1980s, was taught by white people. Even if you lived in the black neighborhoods, the books and all of that shit, the lesson plan, all of that was coming from, it had to be approved by white America. So if they were slaves, they're not going to just tell you about black slaves and skip their own heritage. They would have told you about that. So if I've had people tell me, why y'all never talk about the white slaves? I'm, well, shit, we ain't the one that taught history. That's all the narrative of history in America. All of American history narrative has been controlled by white America. You want to explain why they deliberately omitted their own ancestry? That doesn't make sense. It's because it didn't happen. In the comments, this is the most ignorant shit I've heard in a while. In a long time, says David G. Well, David, put in some corrections in the comments and we'll certainly read them. Appreciate your input. Caucasians before transatlantic, says Mercy. Look, I'm not here to talk about slave trades that happen in other countries on other continents. You don't talk about terrorism in other continents on September 11th, do you? We just had Independence Day on July 4th. Do you want to talk about, Greece, their Independence Day? No, we talk about shit that happened here. I don't know why when African Americans bring up their history, you want to suddenly talk about something that happened in another country on a different continent. We don't do that with anything else. Why is it happening when they talk? America is 250 years old. That is true. Trump, delusional narcissist, lost Iran war. He's a narcissist. I guess it's an opinion whether he's delusional or not. And the war is still ongoing. So we can't say he lost the war yet. Merck Fella says the forced integration when blacks already had established their own working economy in several cities around the country. The forced integration. What do you mean by that? Tap the screen. Are we at 90? Get us up to 90,000. We'll take the next caller. Slavery is slavery, no matter what country it's in. One is not worse than the other. It is wrong. True. Terrorism is terrorism. Doesn't matter what country it happens in. Terrorism is wrong no matter where it happens. You don't go to a September 11th memorial and start talking about terrorists acting out in Libya. They're not trying to hear that shit. We're here to memorialize the folks that passed away at the World Trade Center. You don't go there and start to, terrorism happens in Syria too. They'll kick you out of the damn event. So I don't know why when African Americans talk about what happened to them, we want to throw in what happened to people all over the planet. There's a lot of events in this country that we celebrate that happen here, but they also happen in other places. And we don't try to dilute the conversation by bringing up it happened somewhere else. We stick to what happened in America. So when the African Americans are talking about their ancestries with slavery, how about we stick to that? Why bring up other shit from all over the place? To me, it's just an effort to dilute things. Tap the screen, get the lights on up. If you're mentioning me about bringing up Black history in Mexico, it's because you said Americans, huh? No, I'm not mentioning you, Tobias. I didn't even read your comment, but no, I wasn't mentioning you. Crime is crime. We have the only criminal convict felon in Donald J. Trump as the president. He is the only convicted criminal that we've had as president. That is true. He is the only. We can try to claim it's a witch hunt, or we can try to claim that the courts were liberal or whatever. But President Trump, was convicted in a court of law. He had his day in court. He had lawyers. He had a full trial and everything. He lost. You know how many people lose court cases and say I'm innocent? Tim Robbins on Shawshank Redemption, a lawyer fucked me. They all say that. He lost. The jails are filled with people who think their cases were not handled fairly. He lost. He is legally, officially, a felon. He is a criminal. Everybody claims that the lawyer or the judges didn't treat him right. Carmelo Anthony is saying that. He's in jail right now. I mean, he lost. Trump lost. Trump is a felon. Trump is giving no bid contracts to his friends and family. That is true. My friend's uncle's cousin and brother is Rodney Reed. Okay, I don't know what the hell. Trump scammed $2 million from his meme coin. He scammed a lot more than $2 million. Tap the screen. Nixon was a convicted. No, Nixon was not a convicted felon. He was about to be, maybe. But Nixon was not a convicted felon. He was about to be, and he resigned to avoid that. And then Ford pardoned him, if I'm correct. But I'm still not putting him on the same scale as President Trump, because Trump got far more convictions, far more crimes. He was pardoned since against a conservative. Yeah, okay, fair enough. So you said he was convicted, then pardoned. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with Leo. Good evening, Leo. Welcome to the program.
Hey, Mr. Handsome Liberal, my friend, how are you?
I'm doing all right. A little tough crowd tonight, but what brings you up?
Yeah, so I had a couple questions for you.
Sure.
So I had a friend of mine who showed me a video, and he showed me a comment that both Morgan Freeman made and Lil Wayne made.
How to stop talking about slavery, or how to stop talking about racism, stop talking about it?
Correct. And I feel, so my point about this is, right, so why can't we love each other as humans? Why do we have to bring black, purple, red, green, pink? It doesn't matter the color, right? Why can't we love each other as just as people?
Because America.
I really feel my point about this is that I really feel like in order for us to get somewhere in America, we don't forget about it. I'm not saying forget about it, but what I'm saying, stop bringing it up so much, especially when you call Trump an orange man. It's the same shit.
No, I mean, you do understand Trump said he hates Democrats. He's saying that people are eating pets. I mean, you do expect Trump to get insulted, right?
Correct. But, okay. But the thing is, it's like we need to all, as people, stop with the race baiting.
Do you think President Trump is taking your advice?
To me, I have never heard him say. I have never heard him base someone off of their skin color, ever.
So when he posted pictures of
this black person, this white person, that.
So when he posted, I'll give you an example. But when he posted pictures of Obama's as monkeys, how did you expect the African American community to take that?
I'm sorry, repeat that again?
When he posted a picture on his website of the Obamas as monkeys, apes, how did you expect the African American community to view that?
So my question is for that is, was that really him? And if it was him, then 100% that's wrong.
Yeah, it came from his account.
That's wrong 100%.
Yeah.
And you know what? Fuck you for saying that.
Okay. Also,
the man I voted for saying that.
Okay. Also, he posted a picture of people yelling white power from his account as well.
Okay. A white power?
Yeah.
So that's wrong as well, because we shouldn't be basing things off race.
Right.
That's my point.
That's my point as well, is that the president of the country is not taking your advice. He is doing things that are racially charged. He's doing this stuff.
Okay. And then, so my second question, my phone is about to die, so I'm going to ask you my second question.
Sure.
My second question is, I want to learn a little bit of how you think, etc. Why is it that, and this is a question I've never really heard you been asked, but why is it that you vote the way you do? Why do you vote liberal?
Well, I've said this many times. If you take, I don't know, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 African Americans and put them in a stadium and tell them, I need you guys to come up with the 5 most pressing issues that you believe should be addressed in this country, the right side of the aisle is going to be on the wrong side of all 5 of those issues. Everything that the African American community is concerned with, the right side of the aisle is either on the other side of that issue or saying it's not an issue at all. So I have no other choice but to vote with people that at least think what I'm saying has some validity to it.
Okay. So you don't think that Republicans, so this is what I believe. I believe that Republicans are more likely to provide solutions, and Democrats are...
Provide solutions to what? Provide solutions to what? Because most of the poverty, most of the uninsured, most of the infant mortality rate, most of the literacy failures are happening in Republican communities. What are they solving?
Okay, so I'm originally from Miami, right?
Okay.
But I lived out here, and I'm Hispanic. I ended up getting a scholarship out here because of my hard work, right? And I got a full ride scholarship, so I came out here to Utah, out of all places. And let me tell you, this Republican state is one of the most top flourishing states in the country, if not the most top flourishing state in the country. When you look at the economic growth of this place, whether it be through tech, whether it be through restaurants, people making it, the company that I work for, I'll show you. This company here started here in Utah.
Okay.
Right? A conservative state. Now they are, and I think it's 6 other states that have 147 different locations. They just opened up in Dubai, and they have 100 in Indonesia.
Yeah, but hold on. Your story is not representative of the average conservative living in Mississippi or Alabama or rural Arkansas. You're doing well. You know, kudos to you, but that's not the typical story.
This is not my business.
No, what I'm saying is your position in life with the company you work for, the job you have. Even Utah as a state is doing better than Arkansas, better than Mississippi, better than Louisiana, better than most red states. You're one of the better portions of your party, and you're making it sound like all the lower portions are great places to go to. You don't leave Utah and go to Mississippi. It's not that good.
So, okay. So, but my point about this is, though, right, is do you know what Utah did correct?
No, tell me.
Okay. So they are capitalizing on capitalism. I heard you talking about
what does that mean
before.
What does that even mean?
So capitalizing on capitalism. An example of this is Costco, Sam's Club, Walmart, Amazon. When you can get all these businesses to grow as much as they did in this capitalism economy, that's called capitalizing on capitalism. Okay. And so my point about this is, right, is that that's what Utah did correct.
Okay.
They start opening up Costco, Sam's Club, Walmart's, all of these successful places. They employed people, and Utah actually has one of the smallest unemployment rates in the country.
Yeah, but you're making it. You're trying to use Utah as an example of the Republican Party. And what I'm trying to tell you is most Republican states are not doing as well as what you're talking about. That's not a good example of the Republic. Most of the Bible Belt states cannot say what you're talking about. And that's all red areas. They're not doing that well.
Okay. And then last question, because my phone is seriously about to die. Okay. Who would you, and I'm curious about this, if you could choose the Democratic nominee, who would you want to run personally?
Shit, I mean, I take Obama again. I don't, you know something? Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would.
I was going to say someone who did not, someone new, someone fresh. Like, who would you pick? So.
Oh wow! I mean, there's a bunch of them. I could go with Westmore. I could go with Senator Kelly in Arizona. I actually liked Tim Walz despite the whole tampon Tim thing. I liked him. I'm trying to think who else I would say. Gavin Newsom, his story is still unwritten. I don't hate Gavin Newsom. I mean, there's a bunch of them.
Not with what he did to California with the homelessness and all that. Like,
but here's what I don't get. Other than the fact that California is on television, because I brought up Mississippi. The people in Mississippi are living like shit, sir. Healthcare, all of that stuff is terrible. And all you hear the right talking about is California. West Virginia, they living like shit in West Virginia. You guys don't notice how you point out all of those poorly ran liberal states and you don't brag about a whole bunch of the greatly ran Republican states. There's a whole lot of poorly ran Republican states out there too. You guys just ignore those and keep. Where are all of these great Republican cities? You talk about liberal cities. Where are all these great Republican cities at?
There is a lot of them. In fact, Louisiana is another one of
where?
Those Louisiana.
What city?
So I have a friend of mine who I've been there. I've seen it myself. They live in Lafayette.
Lafayette is a bastion of success.
No. I'm saying it's a poor.
Yeah,
it's a poor
but that's the point I'm making. Is you hear the right talking about how poorly ran liberal cities are and the homelessness and stuff. They're not celebrating their own cities. Okay, if the liberal cities are ran so poorly, give me some Republican areas that'll be better off moving to. They don't provide any of that.
Yeah. So okay, a place where I really feel like has a chance to flourish. If they were to get a lot of their shit together, would be places like Georgia. Look how actually Texas is well off. Florida is well off. When you look at Florida, they just raised their minimum wage to $15 an hour.
Yeah, but I could point to Boston. I could point to Providence. I could point to all of the cities, all of the New England cities that are flourishing that are liberal. I mean, there's a lot of great liberal areas that are doing very well. So, I mean, you can point to the homelessness in Los Angeles, but I'm going to, and certainly as a minority, but even if you take away the minority, I'm going to choose, if I'm looking for opportunities and I'm going to choose liberal cities over conservative areas every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Because there's more things there to do. There's more opportunities. There's more growth. Even in Republican states, the place where all of the opportunity is still a liberal city. You mentioned Georgia. Atlanta's going to be where I'm going to be at, or somewhere near that particular metropolitan area. You mentioned Texas. I'm going to be near Houston or Dallas or Austin. I mean, it's still going to be liberal areas.
Okay, so you know who I actually... last comment, not question, but last comment. You know who I actually think would do well as a president, and this is, as a Republican, I like the idea of if we were to have a Democratic president again, which there will be, It would be someone like Westmore.
No.
It would be someone like, I like Westmore.
What do you think of Trump? What do you think of the job Trump is doing so far? What do you think of him?
50-50 for me. There's some things I don't like.
Now, you voted for Trump, right?
I did.
Do you regret your vote? Did we lose him? Apparently, we lost the caller. All right, we'll move it on. Tap the screen. I wanted to hear his answer, but we'll make it happen next time. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. In the comments, we the rabble says Utah has a very diverse economy. Manufacturing, tech, customer service, taking advantage of tons of multilingual missionaries. Walmart and Costco does not make Utah rich. It just sends profits to Arkansas. Arkansas being the home of Walmart. Fair enough. I mean, but like I said too, Utah, to me, most of the poverty in the Republican bastion of states is in those Bible Belt states. But I don't know if they're living large up in South and North Dakota either. Though, Montana and Wyoming, all of those are red states as well. Are they really living high off the hog there? My only point I'm making is this: we hear the right bashing liberal cities all the time. They don't say nothing at all about all of these great Republican cities you need to move to. They just bash liberal cities. Okay, there's a lot of homelessness in California. There's crime in Chicago. Okay, tell me where we should go then. You keep bashing the left. Okay, tell me some of these great, awesome right-wing cities that people should move to. They don't say nothing about that, which to me is telling. Anyway, tap the screen. I hate America. What does that say? I hate America and I'm staying just to burn the American flag, says Tony. Well, you do have a right to do that. It's the other way around. We work and the government takes more than they need or deserve. Depends on who you ask. Democrats want America to fail and they hate America. How many times do I got to say this? This right-wing, I hate America shit makes no damn sense to me. Other than to suggest, I'm a right-winger, and if you don't think like me, I think you hate the damn country. Because the right says all kinds of criticisms about America. President Trump, everything from criticizing the presidents of the country, criticizing how elections is ran, criticizing the military. Trump has said all kinds of calling whole cities shitholes and shit, but he loves America. But when somebody on the left criticizes America, they suddenly hate the country. So it's kind of one of these deals of, if you don't think like me, then you hate America. You must think like somebody on the right because we're the only true patriots. You can miss me with that bullshit. Make America suck again, says Leo. We're allowed to hate or like America. MAGA is trying to take away my free speech. MAGA hates the Constitution, says Tony Bearden. Yikes. Bastrop, Texas, #1 small town in the USA. Fair enough. There we go. At least you point out one. I don't hear the right bragging about all their well-run cities. My guess is if you go through the number of great cities in America, it's going to be plenty of them in liberal states, plenty of them in conservative areas. Let me go back to the box. And just like with crime, you hear about all the high crime in Chicago and liberal cities. If you actually research, the most crime-ridden cities in America, a lot of that's going to be in red areas. It's going to be in the red states have a lot of St. Louis, for instance. St. Louis has been a murder capital before. So is Memphis. So is Little Rock. All that shit's in the red areas that they don't want to take credit for. Yosei, you won't hear about it either, Tim. What do you mean by that? There's a compilation of Trump saying he doesn't care about Americans. He cares about votes. Yeah, he did say that. But they only believe that liberals can hate America. Trump can say whatever the hell he wants and it's okay. Because Trump has said a lot of negative things about this nation. A lot. Let's go to MAGA Reacts. Having trouble bringing up guests. Tap the screen, get the likes on up, get us up over 110. Somebody can help you, boy, with a hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes. Good evening, MAGA.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much at all. Have you heard about that Nolan Wells case?
No, which one is that?
The young African American that went out with the 3 white guys and came back dead.
Tim, you know what the most dangerous sport is?
Sport?
Yeah, what's the most
What
dangerous
is it,
sport?
diving?
It's fishing.
Really?
Because people drown and fucking boats sink all the time. I mean, I remember a story from like 5-10 years ago. This NFL player goes out with, I guess there was 4 of them on a boat, just like that one, and the boat capsized and they all died. I think one of them survived. The one white guy survived.
Okay, well, two things.
Black guys, another white guy died.
2 things. First of all, these gentlemen were not fishing, and the deceased was a good swimmer.
Doesn't matter if you're a good swimmer or if you're out there. I mean, what happened exactly? How did he die? I know 1 came out. I mean, 4 went out, 3 came back. But how did he actually die?
Yeah, there's an autopsy that's going to be performed, but they found his body. I believe it was on land. I don't think they found him in the water, so we don't know if he drowned or how he passed away. But they certainly were not fishing.
What are the other 3 saying? What happened?
That's the problem. That's the problem. They don't lawyer it up. They're not saying much of anything.
So they showed up to land and then just didn't tell anyone anything. They just went straight to lawyer. No, he fell off. No, he drowned or anything.
Yeah, his family had to report him missing.
That's crazy. That's fishing. If they're not telling us what happened, at least try to lie to us or tell us something. Well, what the hell happened? Yeah. So we know nothing. We just know that 4 left and 3 came back.
Yeah. 3 came back with his phone, apparently with messages deleted from the phone.
Oh, shit. And then they didn't report him missing or anything?
Not that I've heard.
Where were they? Where was this?
This is off the coast of Mississippi down there.
So in the Gulf?
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with how the Gulf is. Is it flat water? Is it rough water? I don't know what to tell you about that one.
Fair enough.
I just know water is very dangerous, and you gotta respect it. But this is a very suspicious case. I mean, if it was an accident, why aren't they telling us what happened?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, and I was on the other side of it until more stuff started coming out and the way they were acting. It absolutely looks like it's a case of potential foul play. But let me ask you something else. With us going back to Iran, and we're back at war with Iran. Now, I think I may have asked you this before, but President Trump has been constantly saying that Iran is begging for a ceasefire. Now you got Israel indicating that there was a plot to take his life, and then the Iranians themselves, when they were mourning the death of the Ayatollah, they got this huge sign indicating they want to take Trump's life. Well, do you believe Trump when he says they were begging for a ceasefire? Have you seen any proof of that?
I don't know, man. I think he's just being a cheerleader. I mean, it's probably partially true. There's always a little bit of a truth in everything he says. So I'm sure in a way it's true, but, it could mean anything. It could be one guy is begging and the other 99 are not. Or it could mean anything. I think he's just being a cheerleader so the fucking oil prices don't drop. Which is good because I want to keep oil prices low because I don't want to pay $1 million for gas.
So what's the difference between being a cheerleader and just lying, telling a lie?
I mean, what are the results of the lie? If there's also the lie is just benefits to him, then he's just a liar. But if he's doing it to keep oil prices, down, which benefits everybody, then that's good.
Yeah, but it becomes an issue of if he's willing to lie to manipulate markets and things like that, how do you know when you can trust him?
Well, because it's not that complicated. I mean, he wants to keep oil prices good. Low oil price is good for everybody. It's good for the country. I could trust him to do what's good for the country.
Wait a minute. If you got a child that's in the combat zone and Trump gets on television and says we should come to a deal within the next couple of days and wrap this up. As the parent of that child, is he telling you your kid's about to come out of harm's way, or is he lying just to manipulate the market? How do you know when to believe him?
I mean, you could just call your child and ask him how is he.
You can't call your kid in a war zone. You can't do that.
Look, I would feel better that my president is trying to negotiate peace even during them shooting, civilian ships. I mean, the Iranians shot random civilian ships. It's not like they shot a military target. They shot civilian ships for the stupidest reason, just because they were on the wrong lane. Imagine you're going on a highway and you're all the way in the right lane, and they shoot at you just because you're in the right lane.
When you got President Trump bragging and saying the Iranians did not know we're sneaking oil out of the strait by having them hug the sides of it, that's President Trump running his mouth. So if the Iranians are closing the strait, and Trump is making it clear, yeah, you think the strait is closed. We're sneaking ships through. If they catch a ship sneaking through, they're going to do something about it.
Well, that's before. Now the strait's supposed to be open.
No.
The strait's supposed to be open and these ships are supposed to be going through.
No.
Even if some random ships doesn't follow the rules, you don't fucking attack it.
But that's the problem, MAGA, when you say the strait's supposed to be open. This is what we're talking about, lion versus cheerleading. That's Trump telling you that stuff. Iran is not saying the strait is open.
The Iranians signed the MOU and said the strait's opened. They're just being assholes about ships taking. They just want all the ships to go through their side. They want to be in full control, which we didn't agree to that.
Well,
hold on, real quick. Do I sound better now, or I'm about to connect the mic? Tell me if I sound better with the mic on. All right, how do I sound now with the mic on?
I think they're both okay.
Okay. Well, if you start hearing me breathe, tell me, because the other day you recorded me breathing because I had this mic on, very sensitive.
Okay. Well,
it sounded like I was in an ER bed or something.
Well, the point I'm making is, if the guy has a tendency to cheerlead, there is no way to know when he's telling the truth or when he's cheerleading. So most of the information coming out of the Iran conflict, I hear you breathing or something now. I'm hearing noises, so just so you know. But there's no way to know what to trust.
I mean, it's pretty obvious when he's cheerleading. It's not like a state secret or anything.
If the market is being manipulated and controlled, it ain't pretty obvious. People are hedging bets on that shit.
Still, it's pretty obvious. It's like all the times you guys claim he's insider trading. How's he insider trading when he's announcing all the shit to the whole world and everything he's saying is pretty fucking obvious?
That's not that ain't how that works. If, for instance, if he know tomorrow, for instance, he's threatening Spain right now. He's threatening to cut off trade with Spain and impose tariffs on them. Insider trading would be telling your people, as of tomorrow, I'm about to throw another 30% tariff on Spain. And then he gets on the air today and says, as of today, there's a 30% additional tariff on Spain. Well, the people you told yesterday, they done already started making moves based on that. That's insider trading. Just like when he... Go ahead.
I understand, but he usually does this thing. Whenever he does something like that, we usually hear about it before.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Over the fucking news.
You don't always hear about that. So, something like for instance,
most of the time we hear about it.
Like for instance, when he announced that he's thinking about imposing higher tariffs, that can change the market. So just him announcing that he's thinking about it, he may have told somebody else a couple of days earlier. On Friday, I'm gonna start letting people know that I'm about to get, Spain under control. So they don't make their moves a couple of days earlier.
All right, well, if we have evidence of that, we should go after him for it. But
well,
from what I've seen, he makes these things on a spur of the moment kind of thing.
For another good example, President Trump and Tom Homan, his border guy, they invested in a company that deals with, I think, tasers and equipment that ICE uses. Okay, you're going to expand the size of ICE. They're going to purchase a bunch of these tasers that each officer will need. And you don't prematurely already invest in that company that is about to get this huge contract to supply all these guys with tasers because you're hiring all the guys. That is insider trading. They're doing stuff like that.
But like, what part of it was information that only he had? Because we all knew that they were going to spend a bunch of money on ICE.
Well, first,
right now they're about to buy a bunch of cameras for the ICE guys.
Well,
so if I knew a company that supplies their cameras, I would go invest my money in it.
Well, first of all, they're not just they're investing in particular companies that sell the equipment. Like there may be multiple different companies that make tasers. You happen to continue to invest in the right company that is selling the equipment. You didn't make a mistake and invest in another taser company that didn't get the contract. You always seem to pick the right one.
Yeah, but is this stuff a state secret, or does everybody know this?
Oh,
because from everything you said, it seems like this is all public information.
No, it's Trump's company.
Like if there was a bidding war and he chose the one he invested in.
First of all, because what they're doing is they're giving him no bid contract, so there's no bidding war. And Trump is benefiting. Trump's companies are making investments in companies that he is personally giving contracts to, and we're supposed to believe ain't none of that corrupt.
Again, the details matter. Did he choose them because he invested in them, or is it just the company that everybody uses? They're the only company that does tasers, or the company that America's been buying tasers from for the last
it's not every company. Just like with the reflective pool, it just happened to the contract just happened to be a no bid contract that goes to one of your major investors. That ain't everybody. Don't choose this dude. You did, because this dude don't look out for you. No, these things are connected to each other. It ain't that you just happen to invest in Smith & Wesson or Glock, where everybody buys their guns from. No, you're picking some company that don't normally sell guns, and you happen to invest in that company, and that company got the contract.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's fishy.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're going to look into it if the Democrats win the midterm, which most likely they will.
Let me ask you that.
Then. I mean, I'm sure they'll tell us everything.
But that's one of the topics we're talking about tonight. If the Democrats win the midterms, do you foresee? And thank you, Lisa, appreciate that. Do you foresee any chance that if the Democrats win the midterms, Trump will try to interfere?
No, why would he interfere?
Because his head is on the line. Because his head is on the line. If the Democrats win the House, they're going to try to impeach him. If they win the House and Senate, they're going to try to arrest him. His head is on the line.
Yeah, but I don't think they're gonna. They have to win the majority of the Senate, which I don't think they're gonna win the majority. They might win the Senate, but I really doubt they're gonna win the majority of the Senate enough to impeach him.
Even if they just win,
I think 60 senators.
Even if they just win Congress, MAGA, they're going. If you got just a Democrat Congress, first thing they're going to do is all this Iranian war shit will stop. His tribunal arch will not, because they control the money. So his tribunal arch is going away. The ballroom may go away. I mean, even if they just win Congress, he's going to be a lame duck president. His head is on the line.
It depends. If they win like Congress with a little bit, then yeah, it's going to be hard financing shit.
Yeah.
And they're going to investigate some shit. But you need a majority of Congress to really fuck over Trump.
Well, if they win Congress, they have the majority you're talking about.
No, but he still has veto power. He still has veto power unless they have a 2/3 majority to beat him. So I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on that shit.
I don't think that's.
So that might be just the Senate.
Yeah, I don't think that's accurate. If they decide to invoke the War Powers Act or whatever to end this Iran war, he can't veto his way out of that. If they say you can't have the money for the.
He kind of did already. The House already.
No, because the House ain't doing shit.
It got vetoed in the Senate.
Yeah, because the current state of the House, they're not going to take enforcement or do anything. The Democrats would actually put action behind the stuff they're doing. Like, for instance, Congress.
They passed the.
It don't matter what they MAGA. It does not matter what they pass if they don't enforce it. It's useless. Like they passed. Hold on. Hear me out. Hear me out.
It didn't.
They passed a law saying that all the Epstein files had to be released. They passed a law saying TikTok had to go back to the Chinese. Trump didn't follow any of that shit. But a Republican Congress did not enforce any of that. A Democrat Congress would.
Well, they're having the Supreme Court fight over it, and then the Supreme Court.
There is no Supreme Court. They don't go to the.
Because they didn't want to fight over it.
There's
it's really
There's no fight. I mean, if they say the War Powers Act is the War Powers Act, there's no Supreme Court in that. What are you going to go to the Supreme Court and say I still should be able to do what I want?
I mean, yeah, that's usually how it works.
No.
If it passes law, then you take it to the Supreme Court to make sure it was written perfect. But again, just because it passes the House doesn't mean it's going to pass the Senate. Are you talking about the House?
What I am saying
about the Congress in general, but
yeah,
are you talking about the Congress together, or are you just talking about the House by itself and the Senate by itself?
No, what I am saying is the Congress has a lot of power on their own that is not related to the Senate. They control the purse strings. They control the money. Trump is using a lot of taxpayer money for a lot of unpopular things. Congress can stop that without any interference from the Senate.
Just the House, just the Senate, or both of them together?
I'm saying the Congress alone can stop that.
So when you say Congress, you mean the House and the Senate?
I mean the House. I mean the House. The House can stop that alone.
I don't think the House could do it alone.
Yeah, they can
the
stop
entire.
it. So you're saying
you need the Senate.
No. If the Senate doesn't control the purse strings, if the House decides to not allow Trump to spend money on all this. By the way, for instance, declaring war is an act of Congress. It's an act of the House. If they don't agree with it, you don't get it. You can't just go with the Senate and skip over Congress or skip over the House. You can't do that alone.
No, I think the House and the Senate have to do it together. Let me
right.
Shit.
And that's what the point I'm making is
when they say it has a purse string, they mean the House and Senate together.
Well, the point I'm making is if Trump loses the House, most of the stuff he's doing, he won't be able to do. So just to give you simplicity to it, the stuff he's doing that costs U.S. taxpayer dollar and funds and all of this shit, like refurbishing the Qatar jet. If you had a Democrat Congress, they would not have allowed him to allocate funds for that. That does not happen.
I don't think they need to. It's more complicated than that.
It ain't more complicated than that. That's it.
Yes, it is. Because remember, he lost the House in.
You can't just take a gift and then spend hundreds of millions of dollars of U.S. taxpayer money without getting the blessing of the House. You can't just do that.
If the House already gave money to the Air Force and the Air Force has the money to do it, he could do it. It's only if he needs extra money.
No.
And he can't categorize it as part of what. Because the House doesn't fucking pick specifically, here's 20 million for a jet. Here's 50 million for
that
this.
Jet has
it
nothing.
Says here's 100 billion for the fucking Air Force, and the Air Force spends that money.
That jet has nothing to do with the Air Force. That jet has nothing to do with the Air Force. You've seen him go to Turkey, and he had to get back in the old Air Force One because it's got all the security provisions. That jet is just a luxury upgrade for President Trump. It was not necessary. It has nothing to do with the Air Force because Trump has even said, hang on a second. Trump has even said it's going to the Smithsonian after he leaves office. That ain't got nothing to do with the Air Force.
No, but it technically belongs to the Air Force, and the Air Force has to pay to do all that shit.
You can't take an Air Force vehicle. You can't just take an Air Force vehicle by yourself and throw it in some building when you leave office. That ain't the way he's even viewing it is not an Air Force vehicle. What are you talking about?
Okay. Again, my point is when Congress has the House of the purse strings, they don't sit there and do one line item by one line item. They just give X amount to the Air Force, X amount to whatever, and that money's used. Like he'll give money to FEMA. Remember what he did back in 2019, where he took the FEMA money and used it to patrol the border. The fucking Congress didn't give him that money.
I think what you're failing to realize is that you're pointing at Trump how he reallocates money and does all kinds of crazy shit. What you're not taking into consideration is the only reason he's getting away with this stuff is because the current Congress we have in there are not doing their job. They could stop all of that stuff. The stuff you said he could just do this and could just do that. He's able to do it because Congress isn't doing his job. And Mike, send your shit. But no, if they did their job, they could stop all that stuff you're talking about.
No, but the Democrats had that shit in 2018, 2019, and they didn't.
He wasn't doing this crazy shit in 2018 and 2019.
He was doing shit they didn't like. No, and what you do is negotiate. You'd be like, hey, if you want some DACA people, you have to give me the fucking airplane or whatever.
Mike, put in your request. Mike, Mike the boss. I don't see your request, Mike. But no, I'm saying that I think you don't realize how the government works when it comes to purse strings. I'm telling you.
I think you think they sit there and approve things line item by. They don't go there item by item. They give X amount to different categories.
No, the point I'm making is they can do that. They can go line item by line item if they want. They actually can do that. And under Trump, they will.
It's going to be difficult for them to do it.
It's going to be difficult? Difficult how?
Like, they would have to defund. Like I told you, if he gives the airplane to the Air Force, they would have to defund probably the entire Air Force to stop him from spending money on that airplane.
I think
the Air Force has the money to do it.
Mike, what are you hearing?
Mike, what did I get wrong?
First of all, man, budgets are literally that. How do you set a budget without it being a line item, right? So, you know, when people used to say that they're always trying to sneak all of this pork belly, all of these things into budgets, MAGA reacts, that's what they're talking about. Somebody says, hey, I'm putting this bill, I need your vote. And that person says, hey, I got this little thing over here I want to get in. I'll sign that if you let this in. But they know what's in there by line out. Now, do all of them read it? No. It's clear they don't all read it because a lot of them signed up for a bill last year for Donald Trump, if you remember. And it turns out that most of the damn people in Congress never even read the entire big, beautiful bill. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So it does happen. It does happen, but it's supposed to be line item by line item because you're representing your constituents. Whatever's in there that you sign off on either goes towards what they want you to be an advocate for or against. And if it's against, and it really is part of your constituency that doesn't want it, you're supposed to vote no. Since Donald Trump came on the scene, it's been bipartisan from the beginning. Ever since Barack Obama won, it's been down the party line. Mitch McConnell said, we're not passing any legislation that they put forth. We want to make him a one-term president. We're not signing anything. That's not how the government's supposed to work. But this is
Michael, let me ask you something.
Sir. Yes.
The Air Force has about 5,700 airplanes. So you're saying the House goes one airplane at a time and approves each one? Or do they just give the Air Force like billions of dollars and someone in the Air Force picks what to spend their money on?
Have you ever written proposals?
I mean, there could be a specific as you want. I really doubt that they're getting that specific.
That's not a trick question, Maggot. That's not a trick question. I'm literally asking, have you ever written a proposal?
Not really. I usually just spend money.
Right. So I write proposals. Tim writes
anything.
Okay, I write proposals. Tim has written proposals. When you write a proposal for some money you want, you're supposed to outline the cost of everything you're asking for, line item by line item. So if I want 57 jets, what's the cost per jet? Is it all inclusive? And then you multiply that by 57, and that's the line item for those, but you got to have the detail to support it. And then timelines associated with it. All of that. Why do you think those bills are hundreds and hundreds of pages, Maggot?
I mean, I'll download one and see how detailed they get, but
have you ever looked at one?
Detailed.
Have you ever looked at one?
Look, we already have many examples of Trump.
Bro, it's not a gotcha, Maggot. I'm just asking you, have you ever looked at one?
No, I haven't. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to download and look at one.
Well, when you download and look at one, but when you download and look at one, you'll see the detail they put into these, and you will also find a lot of bullshit that on both sides that gets stuffed into these bills because $1 million here, $2 million there, you don't really see it in the overall budget. But that shit is in there. And it happens all the time.
I'm sure there's like a miscellaneous category that.
But no, not miscellaneous. No, sir, no.
You gotta hold on, MAGA. You gotta explain how much. Hold on. Every everybody, MAGA. Hold on. It's obvious that they would be expecting folks. Because what you're trying to do is say there's places to hide money. Just put miscellaneous, and then you can do whatever you want with the money. You don't think they thought of that early? I mean, come on. You can't just put miscellaneous down and not explain. Miscellaneous what? Miscellaneous screws or miscellaneous parts? You got to still say what it's for. You can't just throw something in there. There's generality like that. So you can sneak and use the money for something else.
It's for the Air Force, and the Air Force decides what the money's spent on.
You
I
can't
really doubt they get that specific.
You can't just say Air Force.
It doesn't work that way, MAGA. It just doesn't. It is not supposed to. Now that doesn't mean that people aren't misappropriating funds. Let's be clear. Why do you think that we were saying that there's line items in the budget that you have to spend it on that thing? You can't just turn around and go, well, I'm gonna take that money and move it over there. It's not supposed to work that way. That's why he's been gotten so much pushback about moving money around.
See that? That's what I'm saying. I've seen him move money around to fund the border wall, to fund the ICE, to fund the TSA when you guys had to shut down over TSA. We've seen him move money around.
Yeah,
but
in
charge or the Republicans in charge.
No, you haven't.
They have a veto-proof majority. It's going to keep happening.
No, what you're watching is the Congress be feckless. That's what you're watching.
That's what I tried to tell him. Is
Even
that
in 2019 when what's her name had the House.
Yes, they were still
his fucking State of the Union.
Say again. What about
even in 2019 and 2020 when Pelosi had the House?
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. This Congress right here.
When he sent the army to the border, when he got the border wall built, when they didn't fund it.
He didn't. But go ahead.
I mean, he says he took a lot of money. I remember he took money from FEMA and said it was a state emergency and used it to fund like border protection.
Right. So what? So
that was
what's
his first term, not even his second term. And the Democrats were in charge. It wasn't.
What you're going to find out. Well, not in 2018, 2019. The House had flipped by then. But what you're going to find out. You're going to find out.
Democrats were in charge.
No, it flipped the other way. What you're going to find out, if I'm not mistaken, but what you're going to find out, if you're truly interested,
Democrats had the House in 2018.
If you're truly interested in finding out, MAGA, here's what you're going to find out. You're going to find out. You're going to have, if you have a rude awakening, which you probably won't tell us about, but you should. You're going to look up by 2027, 2028, and you're going to start seeing all of this feckless Congress was, and how all of this spending is going to come back to the forefront of our deficit, and you're going to be like, what the fuck happened? And I want you to remember this, because everything you guys voted for, he's doing the complete opposite when it comes to spending. He hasn't saved anything, bro. He's spent far more. He hasn't saved shit.
Well, but Mike, I agree with you. Hold on. I agree with you, Mike. But the problem is when they're bragging that they're saving $1 trillion with Doge and $1 billion with USAID, people believe that he is saving a ton of money because he's telling them that.
I understand what you're saying, Tim. But what I'm saying is you can sit in a restaurant and pop bottles all night like you got it until that tab comes. Yeah. You can say all that shit all night.
Yeah, I agree.
MAGA, we don't have it.
Spending usually leads to inflation, and
MAGA
inflation hasn't been that bad. So
MAGA, you're not listening, man. You're trying to wish this thing in. What I'm telling you, MAGA, is you get all you got to do is look at the spending right now. Why is he borrowing $50 billion a week?
Because that's what the government does. We've been spending.
No, that's what your budget's for. No, sir. That's what your budget's for. That's what your budget is for. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're not tracking this at all. Your budget is to prevent that reckless spending. That's what a budget's for. If the budget was done properly, he would need to borrow $50 billion a week with interest. You know the interest.
Obama.
No, sir, we have not.
Bailed out the banks under Obama.
Listen, we didn't borrow like that with Bush, Clinton, or Obama, or Biden. You're just not. Listen, did you hear what I just said?
They're buying what he is saying, Mike. That's what the problem is that it doesn't matter what you say.
It's not what he's saying.
Trump is telling you that
we've been off budget.
Trump is telling you.
Bill Clinton was the last person had a balanced
It doesn't matter. Trump is constantly painting, as you mentioned, MAGA reacts all the time. Trump cheerleads. Trump is telling people positive stories, and they just buying that shit. MAGA is buying a lot of that stuff.
This was before Trump. This is the last.
We're talking about now, though. We're talking about right now. We're talking about right now. Trump is painting a picture that the country is doing better financially than it really is doing. He's doing that right now. You can bring up Obama and Biden, all that other shit you want, but right now Trump is cheerleading in regards to our country's economics. He's painting these great stories that are not accurate.
Absolutely. And matter of fact,
we're talking about
but MAGA,
government, not the.
I know MAGA, but MAGA reacts. I told you this over a year ago. The Republicans historically have been terrible at the economy. Just go look at the numbers. Historically speaking, they've been horrible. They don't create jobs. They always increase the deficit, and they are the first party to take us to war. That is a fact. Everything I said is factual. You can look it up.
No.
Because it takes you
Both
2 minutes.
sides do that equally, man.
No.
You really believe? Wait. Hold on. You really believe both sides take us to war equally?
Yeah, just like we have Iran now, we had Syria under, and we had ISIS under, and Ukraine.
No, we weren't at war.
But we spent money on that war. Might as well.
That ain't spending money on a war is not the same as us going to war. That's a big difference.
Okay, we're talking about the financial side.
I'm talking about taking us to war. Period. It's exactly as I stated it. You're telling me one side takes us to war. The Democrats do not take us to war.
Now, what Republican war are we talking about then, other than Iran?
Every last one we've been in for the last 40 years, all the way back to Iraq, Afghanistan, all of that was under Republic. It was started by Bush, and it was a forever war. Before that, Vietnam, every conflict we've been in was driven by Republicans. What are you talking about?
Well, that's why MAGA replaced all those old Republicans. I mean,
again,
I hated
MAGA, stop. MAGA, stop for a second. Don't just talk past that point.
Thank you.
That's very significant. Every world conflict we've been in your lifetime has been started by Republicans. Go look at the job growth. The job growth is like 50 million Democrats, like 1.8 Republicans in the last 40 years since 1989.
3 minutes.
These are facts, man.
3 minutes.
Wait a minute. You're saying you don't know MAGA. Okay, so then do me this favor then. Go to BLS. Look at job creation. You can click the start year and the end year, and then you can pull it down into an Excel spreadsheet. You can manipulate those numbers any way you want. I've done this at least a dozen times.
Look,
any way you want.
I think is inflation and GDP.
I can pull it up on my screen and show you right now. And this is the problem with you.
You're probably right about what you're saying.
No, I'm not probably right.
Is inflation and
GDP. But now you're back to you. Now you're back to you.
You're saying job creation is a measure of how good the country's doing.
I never said that.
Inflation and GDP is the best metric for that.
Sir, what I simply... MAGA reacts.
You might be right, but...
MAGA reacts. What I simply stated, and this is your problem, I need you to wear regular shoes and get the skates off. Just for one fucking conversation. You're always skating around. Republicans have never been good for the economy. Not in my lifetime.
And that's based on what? Job creation?
All metrics.
Well, I'm going to look at inflation.
Please go look.
GDP,
please go look. Please go look. And I'm going to tell you this. And I'm going to tell you what you're going to find when you go look. When the inflation was high, when Democrats, they were recovering for some shit that the Republicans did. Every single time. Bill Clinton had to clean up a mess. Obama was cleaning up a mess. And Biden was cleaning up a mess. The last 3 Democratic presidents were cleaning up messes from the Republicans every single time.
All right, we'll see.
Would you like to bet me on that?
No, because your main example is going to be CV-19, but I think that was an excuse.
So do this then.
I think that was an excuse for these governments to have like unlimited...
MAGA reacts. Take C-19. Take C-19 out. Take C-19 out. Take Biden and Trump completely out and start from Obama and work your way back. It doesn't change a word I said.
All
right. Gentlemen.
Would you like to bet me on that?
No, because honestly, I only care about freaking 2000.
And that's why...
I only care 2000 and after. Anything before 2000 doesn't really matter.
And that's why... And here's the thing. But we're still dealing with the after effects of things that have happened in the 90s. You can't be hyperbolic about this.
But I was a Democrat in the 90s. Or
I don't care.
I was a kid in the 90s.
I didn't say... MAGA reacts. I didn't say political party. I said we're still dealing with the effects of decisions made in the 90s.
Yeah. Gentlemen, I do got to move it on, but I would even go back to Reagan and before. I mean, obviously, even with Lyndon Johnson working with Martin Luther King, we're dealing with, those decisions last forever. But
no, I'm limited to like 2008.
Then that's crazy. I got to move it on, though, folks. Appreciate it, Mike. Thank you for cooking
Man,
dinner.
Don't be cutting my. Well, I always cook, but don't be cutting me. You've been treating me like old baloney.
I ain't treating you like old baloney.
You've been treating me like baloney.
MAGA, thank you.
Man.
And I never treat you like old baloney, but I do appreciate you making a MAGA feast this evening. You did good. You cooked it up. But we don't. How we treat you like baloney? How are we doing that?
No, I didn't say we. It's just you. You got people behind the scenes.
What?
I said it's just you. What do you mean we treating you? No, you treating me like shit.
How the hell is that happening?
Baloney.
In what way?
Nacho cheese. I've been in the request for 2-3 days. Ain't brought me up. I had to send a Galaxy to come cook his ass just to get up here. And see, I spent $10 for a $2 meal. See? Now, where the fuck do you do that at?
Let me ask you something. $10. Well, I appreciate you buying the daily double meal. But let me ask you something. We got a new case with Nolan Wells. I want to get your take on this.
Are you about to play something, or are you asking?
I want to get your opinion on this. Do you think race had anything to do with this?
Absolutely, I did. I think that the way these families handled it is more than highly suspicious. Mm-hmm. It's a position of privilege. It makes no fucking sense. This is worse than the Carmelo Anthony case, by the way. Have you read the 193? Have you read it?
No, I haven't, but I think I think Carmelo Anthony. I think he made a dumb decision, and I don't think he should walk. I think in this case, this looks way more suspicious. I think Carmelo Anthony.
It is.
Yeah, this looks way more suspicious.
It is. But there's things in that motion to appeal that was suppressed that I was telling your ass about that was going to come out that I didn't know. It's some shit in that 193 pages.
In the Carmelo Anthony case?
Yes, sir.
Like what? Give me a greatest hit.
Like the boys had been those Austin and Hunter. They had been detained. I'm going to stop short of arrested. Detained for doing some racial graffiti. Now. Again,
wait. When you say racial graffiti, give me. Was it the N-word? What qualifies as racial graffiti?
It was deemed racial graffiti in the motion to appeal. And
I would love to know exactly what that was.
I will find it. I will find it and screenshot it and text it to you. But anyway, again, that goes to character. That goes to the bullying. That goes to all of that shit. It just goes to all of it. But anyway, back to this case. This is so bad, but this happened because of Carmelo Anthony shit. See, this happens when we let the thing in Walmart where the police officers pew through the window about them damn diapers. Right? Because when those things happen, people get more emboldened. Now, Tim, you had 2 daughters, right? I got 2. You had 2?
Yeah.
Can you imagine your daughter leaving your house with her friends, and when they come back, she ain't with them, and they tell you they don't know nothing?
No, the case thinks that I haven't, Mike. I agree with you, but I'm talking about if all her friends were black and it happened, I would be equally pissed off. I'm talking about, Absolutely. Is there a racial angle, though?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Why? They've already come to the conclusion that there was no foul play? How do you come to that shit? The stepmother, the judge, she's a stepmother. She goes on social media, gets rid of all the kids' accounts, and then she starts to try to give an account of what happened. What I found out today during the press conference, listening to the father, I don't know if you watched it.
No, I haven't.
The father went over their house to get his son's phone and the car keys. They said they couldn't find the car keys. They called a friend who was there. She says, last time I saw his keys, they were on top of the Xbox. The dad goes back to the door and says, such said, check on top of the Xbox. They come back and now all of a sudden they got the fucking keys. Right? That's things to high heaven. But let me say this, Tim. This is another thing. They got his phone. I want you to listen to this.
Missing messages.
Everything on Snapchat was gone.
Yeah.
Right? Now, let me ask you this, Tim. They left with his phone. When they left, they said he was still alive when they left.
That makes How the hell would a 17-year-old give you his phone? Leave me on an island with no communication device.
That is absolutely bullshit. Kids will leave. Listen, a kid will cut off their damn foot before they leave their fucking phone. But here's the very detail that they haven't brought up yet. I clocked it from the beginning. Okay, y'all talking too much. He was alive. Y'all had his phone. How'd you get in his phone? How did you get in his phone? Phone's locked.
Yeah, that's a good
They
point.
said they didn't have the code. How did you get in his phone unless you used face recognition at another time after he was there is no way in hell. There is no way in hell. Now you go in there and you delete Snapchat. Well, you got to remember, you can't delete what he sent to other people. You can only delete what you have. So now the timeline's important. If they come back and those things were deleted after they said they left him alive on that island, somebody's in fucking trouble.
Yeah, and I think that's what's going to happen. Plus, they can also check the cell tower and see if his phone has nothing in it. They can go and check the cell towers and tell what time he last sent Snapchats and shit and ask, well, we got Snapchats that was sent from his phone at this time. Where are those at? I mean, and also, I'm assuming the app also probably can retrieve those.
Oh, they can, but even if they can't, I told you I did IT investigations forever, so I really get into this shit. If again, the timeline is critical. Whether they use his face or his finger, the time they said they saw him last, that Snapchat better not be deleted after that.
Yeah,
because you guys had his fucking phone. You said you have his phone; it was in your possession. He didn't have it because you said you left him there at 3. If anything got deleted after 3 o'clock, it is on them.
Well, hopefully, unlike Carmelo Anthony, hopefully his family gets decent attorneys, because this one, to me, I actually think this one is going to be easy to prove something didn't look. I mean, it's enough that I don't know if you're going to be to find out which one of them. I mean, you can show they all look suspicious as hell. Even if they can show that messages got deleted, you can't prove which one did it.
Well, that's true. But again, somebody had the phone.
Yeah.
So they're going to start telling on each other, because the bottom line is, and I'm going to tell you this, the one that's probably going to go down for it is probably the one that has the less influence.
I think apparently one of them told the father that he loved him like a brother, used it in a past tense form, even though the guy was supposedly still being searched for. So this guy came up and said, I loved your son like a brother, or something like that, they're saying. And he said, he spoke in past tense even when the family was still presuming that he was alive. To me, if that person said that sounded like somebody who was caring enough that might be a snitch type.
You remember the movie Soldier Story? You remember the movie Soldier Story with Denzel, Howard Rollins? They were in the military investigating.
I can't remember.
Sergeant Waters had been
I don't know. I may have not seen it. I don't know.
That was a great fucking movie anyway, so you won't get the reference. And this is the first time I've ever had a song or a movie reference that you didn't get. You're slipping, brother.
I've seen mostly all of the Gen X favorites. That's one I didn't see.
When I say to you, it was Peterson, sir, when you watch the movie, that's what one of them is going to do. And they're going to snitch their ass off as this, because, Tim, sometimes you can outsmart yourself. You can't say you have his phone, his keys. None of y'all know nothing.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though. I would agree with you if detectives were sitting down with these 3 young men, but they all lawyered up. It's a lot easier to make a citizen snitch.
So if those were your daughter's friends, black or white, and they lawyered up, you got to understand, Tim, as soon as they lawyer up, you didn't care about my son like your brother. Yeah. Because now you're not talking. What purpose do you have not to talk? See, here's what young adults normally do in this day. I don't know how old your children are, but the kids, when I coach, and my kids, when something happens tragic like this, you know what they do? They use social media and send a RIP and send pictures and send videos to somebody that was popular like he was. They would be mourning. Trust me. But I'm going to tell you where the ultimate pressure is going to come from. The ultimate pressure is going to come from their peers. The ultimate pressure is because people around them know, and they're young, Tim. If Nolan was loved like it appears he was, his friends, the people around him, are going to start to put the shit together. You watch what I tell you, Tim. That's too much pressure for an 18-year-old.
We'll see. I'm hoping so. I'm really hoping they get to the bottom of it. I think there's no denying that it looks suspicious as hell. Yeah, to me, this is way worse than Carmelo Anthony. Because to me, even if you want to say Carmelo Anthony deserved a walk or the stand your ground laws applied or whatever, I still think Carmelo Anthony made bad decisions to even put himself in that situation. I don't see where this guy made any bad decision other than just trusting 2-3 untrustworthy people. But I don't see any. Before I let you go, let me ask you this, because I got folks telling me that African Americans should never be alone with white people. Does that sound ridiculous?
I get it. I understand. Listen, Tim, you know what? That would have sounded ridiculous to me from this perspective. I don't when I say it's not all white people, but I got to be honest. Since Donald Trump has come into office, it's for some reason it don't seem like we're safe anywhere. I mean, Tim, you got the black girl on the metro with the Patriot Front surrounding her with masks on in DC last week. People say, well, they didn't touch her. What are you guys complaining about? It's a white nationalist racist group with a mask on. Kind of sounds familiar, doesn't it, Tim? And so we're supposed to go, don't worry about it. Then you got the black woman at Walmart who pops the other guy. And then they wanted to say she had time to, although he kept following her. So we can't retreat the right way. We can't stand our ground the right way. We can't kneel the right way.
But is this really happening more under Trump, or is the media just looking for these events?
No, it's happening more. It's happening more. If you look at the numbers have gone up since he came down the escalator. Recruitment in these far-right groups have gone through the roof. The incidences are going through the roof. We're getting more strange fruitings in the last 15 years than we've had since the 60s. And there ain't nobody talking about it. We got black kids disappearing back in Georgia. They just found 2 18-year-old, 19-year-old on the side of the road yesterday, Jim. Come on now.
Deceased?
I mean, yes. So when you listen, but they're not talking about it. Google hangings. And look how many hangings have happened in the last 8 years. Tim, we don't do that shit. Yeah. Come on, man.
No, we don't do that. No, we don't hang each other. No, we don't do that. Tim,
and every last one of them have been considered
an accident.
Self-unalignments, no foul play. Every last one of them.
Are they all in the South?
No. You know what the irony is? There's about half of them are in SoCal.
Southern California.
Palmdale, Santine, Escondido. Listen, Tim. Listen. I study. I look at this stuff. I watch. I pay attention. The fact that it is escalating and nobody's talking about it is crazy to me. Now this black boy disappears. It took 10 miles to get out there. You wouldn't drive 10 miles without your phone. If you left your house without your phone right now, you would turn around after 20 miles. And if you left and you had your wife or your daughter's phone in the car, you turn around for a multitude of reasons. They need it.
Yeah, I'm not. This case thinks that I got to move it on, Mike. But yeah, the case thinks to high heaven. 17-year-olds not going to give up their phone and say, "Leave me on an island with no communication device."
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
But let me say this before you drop. I want to finish that. Just real quick. The Walmart with the sister, the other Walmart where the officers shot the 1-year-old. Do you know what that 1-year-old died of? You know what the shotgun wound came from?
No.
It came from a shotgun, Tim. That baby got hit with a slug. Now, why would you have time to stand and plant your feet and hold a shotgun with 2 feet if they were trying to run you over? Think about it, Tim. Is that something? Have you shot a shotgun before?
Yeah, I have.
You got to plant your feet. You got to.
It has a lot of kick. It has a lot of kick. I do agree.
So if a vehicle was coming, would you have time to do all of that with a shotgun, Tim?
I said the same thing when he killed Renee Nicole Good. I'm like, if a vehicle is coming at you, somebody's trying to run you over in a vehicle, a dead driver is still going to continue proceeding forward. To me, if a vehicle's coming straight at you, shooting the driver Your goal should be to get out of the way of that vehicle. Standing there and shooting the driver is not going to make the car stop. That should be the second thing you do. I don't. Right. Yeah, you getting out of the way should be the most important thing.
But the baby was on the passenger side. Last one, and you can let me go. What about the ICE shooting that just happened in Houston 2 days ago?
That's part of the show we're talking about with what is his name? Lorenzo Salgado.
What did everybody in the car say?
They're all saying it didn't go down like they're claiming it went down.
They said that the officer was never in front of the van. He came from the side. But if you looked at that report, they've been using that excuse since 2015. That's why I told you all those cases, and they're always, that's how they justify the shootings. They've been doing this for 11 years, Tim. Look at the study. I thought I sent it to you.
I don't know.
This shit ain't new, Tim.
Yeah. There are some departments that have started telling the officers, do not put yourself, because some cops will stand in front of a car and say, freeze, don't move, or why would you put yourself there? Why would you even put yourself there?
They've never been trained to do that, Tim.
No, I said some departments apparently are doing that now.
That's absolutely asinine. You know why? Because they want to pull that trigger.
I gotta go. I'll leave it at that. I gotta go.
I know you don't like hearing this shit.
No, I don't. But I appreciate you coming through. That's frightening.
Later, bro.
And you know something, and he's right that some cops are. I hate bashing cops, but there are some people who are looking for an excuse to kill. Like, why would you put your body in front of a car? That makes no sense. I mean, unless, like you just kind of jonesing for a reason to kill. There's a lot of cops that do that. That's somebody says they think the car will obey. Yeah, to me, you should never, as a person dealing with an unknown quantity, put yourself in front of a car. It's kind of the whole I fear for my life type deal where you just kind of giving yourself an out. I don't like that one. I really don't like that. Same thing with Renee Nicole. And to me, I think that the shooting of Renee Nicole Good, which was caught on video, was incredibly egregious. There's no way in hell, just like I said with Carmelo Anthony and some of these other cases, people claim it's self-defense or whatever. There's no way I believe that if that officer did not take the life of Renee Nicole Good, he was going to be killed. His life was not in danger. That dude, because he shot her through the side of the car, he was already out of the way of the vehicle when he killed her. Crazy. In the comments, President Obama cleaned up the mess caused by President Bush, relaxing banking regulations. Go look it up, says Niche, Texas. Caller, he has a name. He isn't this black boy. Sheets. Nolan Wells. Hopefully that helps clear that up. It's not designed to stop a car. It's designed to stop an aggressor attempting to cause harm. It's not going to stop either one of those. If somebody's in a car and they're coming straight at you and you're over the hood of their car and they're stepping on the gas trying to run you over, the goal should be to dive out of the way of the car. If you stand there and pop the driver in the head, that may cause the reflexes to step on the gas all the way. That ain't gonna stop you. You're still gonna have to jump out of the way of the car after you do that to them. So as opposed to wasting the time it takes to do that and letting the car get closer to you, to me, the goal should be able to jump out of the car first. So the idea is that if he hadn't took the life of Renee Nicole Good and just dived out of the way of the car, she was going to go up and turn around and come back and try to hit him again. She did not have to be killed. It just plain and simple. That woman did not have to be killed. That cop chose to take her life. And based on the laws we have, it's a justifiable shooting. It's unnecessary, but there are ways of doing things that are justified that are unnecessary, such as deliberately standing in front of a car. Well, now that the car is coming forward, I can shoot the driver. But it wasn't necessary because you didn't have to stand there. It wasn't necessary. So you can make something justified that is really unnecessary, which is the argument some of you folks are making in regards to Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony is another case. If the courts ruled that he had the right to stand his ground and the appellate court rules it's justified, I'll say the same thing. justified but unnecessary. I don't think Carmelo Anthony was going to perish if he didn't do that. People are choosing to take folks' lives. The car tires were turned to the right. He was standing on the left by goofy maggots. She was murdered. Yeah, she was murdered. I really believe. And of course, the Trump administration, just like with Alex Preddy, they banned any investigative cooperation from the city police and put it all in the hands of the federal government. And then basically the investigation never came to a conclusion. We still don't know what the conclusion of the investigation into Alex Preddy's or Renee Nicole Good's death was. They just called her a domestic terrorist and left it at that. So no, I don't believe it had to be done. Most people who are brought up to hate and be violent become cops and soldiers to satisfy a bloodlust. I've never heard of most people, but there's plenty of that. An officer standing in front of a car is the last attempt for the driver of the vehicle to stop. No, it's not. No, it's not. If you're yelling stop at a citizen, the citizen is either going to stop or not. You can yell it from the side of the car. You don't need to stand in front of the car. That's not going to, look, if the person's going to stop, they're going to stop with you on the side of the car. If they're going to keep going, they're going to keep going with you in front of the car. I don't think it's the last attempt at all. I don't agree with that at all. Tap the screen, get the likes on up, if you will, to 130. We'll go back to the box and help your boy with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goes. We'll go to Lewis. Good evening, Lewis. Welcome to the program. Shit is so crazy. Republicans are even arguing to protect Caitlin Clark. Well, there's a racial issue in every damn thing nowadays. Everything is made into a racial issue. And you kind of know where the parties are going to stand. If it's a white and black issue of any concern, if it's a white and minority issue, you know MAGA's going to side with the white side of that issue. Just like the liberal, if it's a black and white issue, the liberals are going to side with the black person. Somebody asked me earlier, why do you vote liberal? And I told them that. I said, it's because the right is going to be on the other side of, no matter what issue I'm on, they're going to be on the other side of it. And that almost any issue the African-American community is concerned with, the right is on the other side of that issue. Up to and including little shit like, why are you taking down Jackie Robinson's memorial at the Smithsonian or something like that? They're on the other side of those issues. Well, you don't really need that. You don't really need Juneteenth. I mean, they're on the other side of every issue that the African-American community is concerned with. But people keep wondering, why do the African-American community keep voting Democrat? Why don't they vote? Why don't they see the good and the benefits of the Republican Party? Because they don't agree with nothing they stand for. The Republican Party does not agree with anything the African-American community is talking about. So why would you expect African Americans to vote Republican? If you listen to the conversations of African Americans that vote Republican, the Officer Tatums, the Byron Donalds, the Larry Elders, those type of people, if you wrote their words down on paper and you didn't see their face, you wouldn't think those were black people. They don't believe police brutality is a major issue. Systemic racism ended hundreds of years ago. They don't even talk like you normally hear from the black. None of the issues concerning the black community, they don't. Officer Tatum is going to be on the other side of all those issues. You would think you wouldn't even think he was black if you didn't see his face. Clarence Thomas is another example. You would think that this is coming from a non-minority. Republicans believe in poor wages for an honest day's work. Eesh. I don't know if I totally agree with that, but they're not a big fan of raising wages. Republicans push theories like black fatigue, black culture. Why would any black? Yeah, that is true. Absolutely, that part is true. Pushing cultures like black fatigue, and it's in their culture. That absolutely is true. MAGAs cry about statues coming down, saying history will be erased, but when it's African American history, it's nothing. Yeah, Can't argue with that. President Obama, I saw that already. All right, let me. It's racist day, huh? Says Timoteo. Don't know what you mean by that, Timoteo. You can come up and we can talk about it, though. You can help me clear it up because I don't quite understand that comment. But we'll go back to the box. We tried to bring up Lewis. We'll try Top Dog. Good evening, Top Dog. Welcome to the program. What am I getting wrong this evening, Top Dog? He came and went. I think we got some problems with the bringing up guests. Something's wrong. That's the second or third guest I don't try to bring up. I may have to go ahead and reset the live. Something's going on. Debo! Got your boy looking real spiffy with that hat mustache. Thank you very much. Some of you folks showed the program some love this evening. Thank you, Debo. In the comments, Obama was the best 2 terms back-to-back. Let's go. He's all right. I certainly liked Obama. I won't say he was the best, but he was a good president in my opinion. But to me, I'll just say this, and thank you, DJ Sound Chaser. Appreciate that. I'm a big house music fan. Almost sounds like a house DJ. I'll just say this. When folks talk about best presidents, JPT Farms, thank you. When folks talk about best presidents, I always ask the same question because you do hear MAGA talking about Trump as the best president we've ever had and shit like that. I always ask the same question. 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the line, what did this person accomplish that people are still going to be talking about? Certainly in regards to President Trump, 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the line, if he's the best ever, you still remember George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln and Kennedy and all these. If he's the best ever, what has he accomplished that you're going to be still talking about 40, 50, 100 years later? And I can't think of anything. Now, I suppose, I was going to say, I suppose if he prevents Iran from getting a nuclear bomb, but I don't even think that would last that long. Because the world did not see Iran as the threat that Trump is talking about. Iran is not the Third Reich. I don't think the world saw Iran as this existential threat that Trump and Netanyahu talked about. So I don't know. There's no way in hell I can see Trump being labeled as the best president based on what he's accomplished so far. To me, the best accomplishments of President Trump is stuff he ain't even bragging about. He's not even taking credit for it. Operation Warp Speed saved tens of millions of lives. The vaccine from COVID. That by far is Trump's greatest accomplishment. By far his greatest accomplishment is bringing a vaccine to the world, saving tens of millions of lives. But the way he treated it and viewed it, he's not going to get credit for it. But to me, that's his biggest accomplishment, is coming up, is being party to a vaccine. Another good example, right now they're talking about the housing bill that would make housing more affordable in this country. That's about to happen at midnight. I believe midnight is already happening now on the East Coast, so that would be now. Housing bill is now officially legal. That's something that happened under Trump's watch. Under Trump's watch, this bill allegedly is making housing more affordable. He didn't sign it though. So he can't in the midterms. I don't know if they can campaign that our president on the right side of the aisle reduced the cost of housing. He didn't sign the bill. We had to make it bipartisan, otherwise he was not going to pass it. So that's a bill that he can't even take credit for. Marty Marr, appreciate that. Thank you. And that would be an accomplishment of his administration. If he can bring down the cost of housing and make housing affordable to younger first-time buyers and stuff, that's a huge accomplishment. He didn't sign the bill. He was pushing for the Save America Act, so he can't take credit for that. It's crazy. That was an easy win. It was an easy win he would have got. He can't take credit for it. Vaccines cause cancer and heart attacks. Watch the Economic Times for the trials of. Well, I can tell you this. There's a lot more. You want to suggest that there are studies that show vaccines cause diseases. I can tell you this, there's a lot better studies to show not taking the vaccine causes death. Measles, smallpox, all of those things that have been eradicated, chickenpox, all that shit. I can tell you that you're not taking vaccines causes a lot more deaths than taking it. So my take is simple. I'm not a fucking virologist or any of that. I'm not going to pretend like I know more about vaccines than the next man. I go to the doctor. I hire a doctor to treat me, to oversee me. I go to appointments and get blood work and all this shit like the rest of you folks do. And that doctor has years of schooling that I have never even considered taking. My point is simple. If the doctor says, I think you should do this, it'll be beneficial to your health, I do that. If I don't believe the doctor, then I fire the doctor. I'm not a viral. How the hell do I'm gonna tell my doctor you don't know what you're talking about? Then why is he my doctor? So I go by what my doctor says. My doctor recommended I take the COVID vax. I took the COVID vax. When the booster came out, my doctor recommended I take that. My doctor is recommending many patients do that. I'm assuming he's not going to recommend I get a vaccine that caused another one of his patients to drop dead from. If he's telling me to do it, there's a good chance my doctor either has research or other patients he's telling to do the same thing and it's working for them. That's why I hire a doctor. That's what they do for a living. So, and I'll leave it at that. In the comments, I was mandated and still didn't comply. Okay, fair enough. Meanwhile, Obama just picked up the phone and made a deal with Iran. He can't do that without no conflict. Well, Obama can't make a deal with Iran, so it doesn't matter. Look, Trump hates Obama. So even if Obama got Iran to cooperate and go into a ceasefire or whatever, Trump would probably break that because he doesn't want Obama to get credit for calming down Iran. Trump would probably deliberately break that deal because he doesn't want to fall behind Obama. So that ain't gonna happen. Obama can't do that. Kennedy is no doctor, McMahon, no teacher. True, that is true. I'm having trouble bringing up guests, so I may have to unfortunately do the show in because I've tried to bring up Lewis and Top Dog and some of you folks. So having said that, I'll go ahead and wrap it up for this evening. MAGA reacts. I don't know if it's going to bring you up either, but I appreciate the galaxy. We'll try it. Can't bring up guests. It brought you up. MAGA. How the hell that happened? You got some inside knowledge on TikTok?
What's up?
You got some inside control of TikTok?
No, I just have good internet, good phone, good everything. I got a special microphone so you can hear me better.
But you make all these crazy ass points.
Well, like I told you before I logged off, it's gonna take me 5 minutes to prove Michael wrong. So I Googled, how was the Qatar airplane paid for? There's no line item that says, Air Force Qatar airplane. It was paid for under aircraft procurement for the Air Force and some other research like what was it called? The exact line item is research, development, test, and evaluation, and aircraft procurement. Those are the line items used to pay for that Qatar airplane.
Yeah, see, I think but here's the deal. I think when you got an inept Congress that's going to bend over backwards and let Trump do whatever he wants, he could have put down paying for sunshine and they would have let it go through. If you got Democrat Congress in there, they're not going to let little wild shit like that. They're not going to let you put something down like what you just said and buy a whole fucking aircraft from it. I don't think they would let that happen.
Tim, that's not how it works. First, they pay for Air Force They give the Air Force money to buy airplanes. And they say that money's for buying airplanes, and then Trump gets to use it to buy airplanes, including this Qatar one. It's not like they know what it's for. They just know that money is to buy airplanes.
So what are you saying? They could literally just go out and buy an airplane for anybody?
I mean, yeah, the Air Force could buy an airplane for for anybody in the Air Force. I mean, it's going to belong to the Air Force, and the Air Force could use it. But the line item is airplane procurement. That's the line item used to pay for the Qatar airplane. Because when they passed the big beautiful bill.
Tim, wait a minute, Tim. Did you come back up to prove me wrong about a line
yes,
item
because you're fucking wrong.
MAGA
and
reacts.
The reflecting pool wasn't even part of the spending bill. So Congress couldn't spot it. It was paid for using
let him respond to you. MAGA, let him respond to you.
I didn't finish responding. I didn't finish laying out all the receipts. It took me 5 minutes.
Why would it have been in the budget? Why would it have been in the budget if it was a gift? You fucking idiot! You came back up to prove me wrong
in the budget.
About a line item about the
the airplane is not in the budget. Converting it is in the budget.
No, it was not. It was not in the budget.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
You use money from the budget to fucking fix it. My whole point is Congress is not going to stop him because when they pay for shit, they just pay for Air Force procurement. They give the Air Force money to buy airplanes. They don't fucking sit there.
It's obviously getting late. It's getting late.
First of all,
and
I never even mentioned the plane. I never even mentioned the jet. First of all, I never mentioned the plane.
You said they're going to be able to stop all these line items. There's no line items for them to stop because they just fund the Air Force and the Air Force money is
absolutely out of your mind, dude. MAGA reacts.
Bro, it took me 2 seconds to Google this. You could Google
You don't
yourself.
have to try this hard to be so wrong.
And hold on, real quick. Hold on, hang on, gentlemen, hang on.
Again,
in the comments, hold on, MAGA reacts, hold on. In the comments, Nick Gert says, Michael, how else was it going to be turned into Air Force One? It is not Air Force One. It's never going to be Air Force One. It's going straight into the Smithsonian. It's never going to be Air Force One. No, it's not. No, it's not.
By the way,
anyway,
did he just ground it? Didn't they just ground it because it's not ready with all the security features? Because they were rushing it. But anyway, MAGA, I never mentioned that.
Going back and forth. Who cares? That's what me and Tim were talking about when you interrupted. So you came up to talk about what?
I didn't even interrupt. I didn't even interrupt or hear that part. But you're missing the point about the line items, dude. You don't have to try so hard. The guitar
is there not
the plane would have never been in the budget. It was a gift. The budget that they used,
okay, but they still have to retrofit it.
Which would have been with the money that they had in the budget for the other planes that are under construction.
But that's not what they used. They didn't use the other airplanes' money.
Again,
they used aircraft procurement and research and development money.
Again,
they use Air Force.
Hold on, Rich. Hold on,
the
Rich.
other airplanes' money.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, you guys got to guess. Rich,
and
what?
For the
hold
reflecting pool.
Okay,
let me finish real quick. The reflecting pool was paid for out of the national parks money. It wasn't paid for out of some line item. So Congress couldn't stop it.
It's not supposed to be used. That's our point. It's not supposed to be used for that.
Yes, it is. National park money is supposed to be used to fix and repair national park services.
Money don't belong in Air Force money. They have their own.
No, we're talking about the reflecting pool.
You're talking about the reflection.
We're talking about the reflecting pool.
Oh, the reflecting
national park.
Yeah, he stole that money too.
Exactly. But MAGA reacts. What was the line item? What was the amount? Since you looked it up.
It was actually not even a line item. It was taken out of National Park Service fees. So every time you paid to go to National Park, that was
what was the budget? What was the budget?
The National Park Service fee budget. The National Park money.
How much was it?
National Park.
How much was it?
How about wait, hold on, gentlemen.
14.7 million.
How about from an angle of you? Hold on, Mike. How about it from an angle of you? You know, sometime in the military, you have a. Hold on, MAGA. Hold on. How about from the angle of? How about from the angle of use it or lose it, like they do in the military? Listen to this comment. We the Rebel says JFC start of the year AF. We're going to need $10 billion for airplane procurement. Congress approves it. So there's $10 billion at the Air Force disposal to buy planes, and it's the government, so use it or lose it. That's kind of what MAGA seems to be saying, something like that too. Is that they just
exactly.
But they've made the budget based on. Listen. Again, that's why I actually have you ever done a budget or proposal?
The budget was made up a year in advance. There was nothing in there for them to use for those planes or that Qatar plane.
Thank you.
Qatar plane was
they have a category called
a gift that just been converted and he refused to ride on it.
This motherfucker just don't listen.
Why?
You don't know
Why
budgets.
He refused to ride on it.
He doesn't know. But
You're saying the budget is very specific.
But Rich, he doesn't know.
I said it was generic.
Oh, so let me ask you this, Maggot. Maggot, well, let me ask you this. You own homes, right?
Yes.
If I came to you and I said I want to buy 10 homes in your area, give me a ballpark number.
I don't know, probably 5 to 10 million.
And then if I said based on what, would you provide me the information for that 5 or 10 million?
Based on some CMAs, but that's not how the government works.
No.
The government's like, here's 10 million to buy homes.
MAGA reacts.
Here's another 10 millions to buy something else.
No, it's not.
And then you go and buy it.
MAGA reacts. Hold on real quick, and then I'm gonna drop back down. He doesn't understand.
I looked up the
listen,
bill.
MAGA reacts. Just listen. MAGA reacts. You're not listening because you're talking while I'm talking. In order for them to give you a budget, because guess what? You don't want to go over budget. So you got to give me a number based on data. That's how you get to your budget number.
Yeah.
You got to give me something. If you tell me 10 billion on air defense, based on what?
By the end of the year, you get the numbers.
Tim,
October.
Mike, you ain't got to explain this shit to me. I think it's pretty fucking clear.
You're making it sound like they give them exactly
you get the numbers
what their budget's going to be, and they spend.
Good God.
I mean, the way MAGA reacts to seeing things, it leaves the room open for all kinds of corruption. Because you really ain't paying attention to what you're doing with a ton of money.
That's not
He
how
never
it
been
works,
in the
bro.
service neither.
All right, Mike, appreciate it.
Thank you. As a whole. Oh,
yeah. All right.
He ain't never been in the service.
I mean, it ain't even got to just. It ain't even just got to be the service. A corporation, all of them are going to. You can't just request money without putting some details into how much you need.
But he's not even in a company or a LLC, so he would not have that information.
Like the government just funds the Air Force as a line item. They get made. They're very.
No, they do not. It has never been a line item. It is based on intend to use this year when they do it the previous year before.
Well, the user
it don't work that way.
Argument. You said Congress is going to be able to stop him from doing a bunch of shit. I said no because
come November,
generic.
Come November,
you ain't gonna be able to. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to take that kind of money out of the budget to fix up a jet. If Congress is Democrat, I mean, like you can mix and match little amounts of money, but not hundreds of millions of dollars to put on your own personal aircraft.
He's gonna lose that one.
Yeah,
he's gonna lose that battle.
Too much credit.
Like I'll give you an example. Hold on. This is an example. Like what Trump ain't going to jail. We the Rebel says this is what I'm talking about. He says, ever seen the government spend money in September? We have 1 million left in our budget. If we don't spend it, we won't get it next year. That kind of stuff, yes. But taking hundreds of millions for a jet, that kind of money ain't just laying around like that.
But Tim, you don't think they're going to impeach him for the second time?
Yeah, I don't know about going to jail, though. Because, well, first of all, they got to win the House and Senate by a strong margin to do that. And in winning the Senate for the Democrats is not in the bag. I think they'll win the House, but winning the Senate, I'm not even sure they're gonna win it. But you got folks like Fetterman, for instance. When you got folks like that on your side, who needs enemies? Fetterman would not support an impeachment of Trump.
Who has to approve it first?
Congress.
Okay.
You'll get that.
Second.
Then the Senate is not gonna. You'll do just like the other two impeachments where Nancy Pelosi agreed and Mitch McConnell or whatever did not. That's what'll happen. If the Democrats win the House, he's going to get impeached for a third time. But it could be just like the other two where he continues serving because if the Republicans hold the Senate, they're not going to put any weight behind it.
Right.
So,
but don't you think they're going if the DOJ changes hands, it's not going to be sent after him like he used it after everyone else?
Well, the DOJ is not going to change hands unless the Democrats win in 2028. That doesn't happen under this.
Right. Yeah. Right. That's what I'm talking about.
When he's 82, they're not going to
win.
He'll be 82 by then.
They won't spend the money all the time?
I mean, I think for the sake of the country, it depends on what Democrat follows up Trump.
I don't think they're going for the sake of the country anymore. I think that's played out.
You think they're gonna try to put an 82-year-old man?
You think
they're gonna try to put an 82-year-old man in jail?
Why not? He missed it with Letitia James.
I don't think Trump's going to jail. I don't expect that.
I think Letitia James coming to get that money and him.
They may take a ton of money from Trump, ill-gotten gains and things like that, and fines. I can see that happening. I think E. Jean Carroll's going to get some of his money. But yeah, I agree with the money. I agree with the money, but I don't foresee him doing a day in jail.
But that's our money.
I said okay.
That's what he's been stealing since day one.
I'm okay with agreeing with you on Trump's side of the aisle may have to hand over some money. Trump got a lot of money. I'm okay with believing that.
Okay.
He's not going to jail though.
All right.
So we'll see though.
Plus, I don't think he's gonna make it out anyway.
What does that mean?
Even though it's going certain ways and doing certain things, the stress of it all, I believe it's going to take its toll.
You believe he's going to perish while president?
Yeah.
Well, that means you believe he's going to die in the next 2 years.
There you go. We all had that opportunity.
I mean, anything's possible. I'll let it. I gotta move it on. I don't want to wish death on the president.
Thank you.
But I don't want to wish death on the president. But it's possible.
Thank you.
Tim, can I show you?
Appreciate it.
Can I show you something real quick?
That's like 86. Right. That's like 86, 87, 86, whatever.
47. I gotta go. All right. And Maga Reacts, what do you got for me?
Can I show you something?
Sure.
All right. This is the big beautiful.
It won't let me blow you up. Oh, there we go. What am I looking at?
This is the big beautiful bill right here. It doesn't go like line item by line item. It just says here's 100 billion for this. Here's another like 25 million. Here's 1.1 billion for the expansion of the unmanned aerial system. This is what the Congress pays for. Like they have big line items. They don't go specifically to how the money's going to be spent. They just allocate a huge amount of money, and then someone in the Air Force does the smaller fucking line items. Okay. So they just give the Air Force like, here's 10 billion to buy new airplanes, like your caller said or the commenter said.
And they don't tell them what kind of airplanes. So they don't tell them what kind of airplanes the money must buy or anything.
No, that's for the Air Force to decide. They just know that the Air Force needs 10 billion, and someone in the Air Force told them that they need 10 billion. And they just approved the 10 billion.
And nobody asked how many planes I mean, you said you need a number of 10 billion. How many planes are you buying with that 10? Why is the number so big? Nobody asked any of those kind of questions.
That's a different thing. Like, you could go audit that shit separately, and you could go fire and hire people in the Air Force to make sure that money's spent correctly. But as far as Congress is concerned, they're just paying 10 billion to the Air Force to buy airplanes.
I'm going though.
And then they could use money like for research and development. They could use that money whatever way they want, and then they answer for it the next year. But by then, the government already gave them the money.
I'm riding with Mike on
They
this.
Don't get specific, is all I'm saying.
I'm riding.
The Air Force will get specific.
I'm going to tell you,
Congress doesn't.
I have a hard time believing that. I'm riding with Mike. My money is
too much credit.
I'm giving him. I believe what he said is accurate. I'm riding with Mike on that. I don't believe this.
Look. There's 750 million right there for military logistics. I could use that to fucking buy a bunch of airplanes.
Yeah.
And say it's for logistics, you know? There's a bunch of money here that's just allocated for generic stuff. And I could use that money for anything as long as it applies to that field. So if the money's for aircraft recruitment,
I don't know how Trump's plane don't apply to nothing the Air Force is doing. No, absolutely nothing. Because you still
the Air Force One. Air Force One is a military aircraft.
That's not Air Force One.
Even the regular Air Force One.
Air Force One was never meant to be flown by a single president and then thrown in the Smithsonian. That ain't Air Force One what he's dealing with.
But I'm talking about even the original Air Force One, the one from the 90s.
Well, the one the one he is flying in has nothing to do with the Air Force. Absolutely nothing.
Well, he's not.
That is his own.
Airplanes have to do with the Air Force.
Trump is no, that's not.
Flown by the Air Force.
No, because Air Force One belongs to the Air Force because it's going to. Every president is going to use that until it's replaced with a newer plane. What Trump is doing, that is his own personal plane that he's flying around in luxury, and once he's done, he's going to retire it. It's going. No other president flies in that.
But listen, you know why it's going to leave with him? It's because the new plane is coming out in 28. But guess what? If that new plane is delayed, then the Qatar airplane is going to stay in service until the new. So if the new plane is delayed to like 2030 or 2034, that Qatar airplane is going to be in use until that new plane comes in.
I don't believe
so. And I'm sure that airplane is going to get delayed again. So I wouldn't be surprised if that airplane keeps being used.
I don't believe any of that. I personally believe. I don't even believe the Smithsonian shit. My guess is Trump is gonna fly that plane until he's done with it. Trump is gonna try to leave office with that plane. I don't believe. Look, the guy says so much shit that come with no proof and doesn't materialize. I don't believe any of that Smithsonian shit. Just like he's talking about somebody use a fucking box cutter and cut the reflective pool with a 350 feet gash. That dude just said stuff. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Also, just because Congress controls the purse doesn't mean they could stop him from using the national park money to fix the reflecting pool. A lot of that shit, he already has the money for, So it's like this.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on this.
Congress puts like $10 billion in it, and only when that money goes away do they have to refill it the next year.
I'll agree with you.
Money from last year to spend.
Yeah, but I'll agree with you on the reflective pool. But the problem is Congress can also do an investigation on him with the no bid contracts of how the money is spent. So he can he can dye the pool blue and use his friend as a contractor. But the Congress has the right to then investigate how did this guy get a no bid contract.
Yeah, that's a different argument. My whole argument is they're not going to stop him from doing shit like that because the government has so much money allocated for like generic shit, and that's it. Like if you have money to repair something, you can use that repair money to repair whatever you want.
Well, the tribunal arch, the tribunal arch in the ballroom don't fall in those categories. That's new shit that ain't got nothing to do with a repair.
I mean, he's just not being creative. I'm sure if he wants to find a way to pay for them, he'll find a way to pay for them.
You just making it clear that this guy.
I'll after I hang up with you what the line item for those. I have to look up is the line
based
item.
On what you're saying, based on what you're saying, you're making it clear he ain't draining the swamp at all. He just finding new ways to put more fucking fluid in the swamp. And he can do whatever he wants with the money. He can find new ways. I mean, you making this dude sound corrupt as hell.
Like you said, Congress could afterwards go after him for it, but they're not going to stop him from spending the money.
Right.
Because they could punish him after, but he still has a lot of money to play with. But that's
the point.
Last year.
That's the point I'm making. The guy who was going to drain the swamp, listen how the Congress can't stop him from doing anything. He got money to play with and he can actually move it. I mean, you're making him sound corrupt as hell.
I don't know if he's corrupt or not corrupt. I'm just saying they're not. I'm just telling you how the government works. That's all I'm trying to teach you.
Right.
That the government is not sitting there.
You're making
giving them too much
corrupt.
Credit. You think they're on top of everything, and they're not. You're giving them way too much credit.
No, I think
we say here's $10 billion,
we
spend
gave
it
Trump
whatever
way
way
too
you
much
want,
credit.
and we trust you.
All right, I gotta move it on, but I think we gave Trump way too much credit with the drain the swamp.
Both of them.
None of the stuff you're saying sounds like draining the swamp. It sounds like Trump is finding loopholes how to take money and do things for his own personal pet projects. That ain't draining the swamp. That's finding ways to get paid.
It's not loopholes. It's how our system works. I wish it was loopholes. It's just how the system works. Congress can't be on top of everything.
You can say it's how the system works. All of that shit Trump was calling that swampy before he got elected. Now that he's using it, it's just how our system works.
That's just regular. No, that's not swamp. That's just distribution of labor. The Air Force is. the Air Force is responsible for the Air Force's money. My responsibility is to give the Air Force money.
Taking Air Force money.
Takes that money and spends their
taking Air Force money to buy your own personal plane. That's just how our system works. That's not
that
Swami.
plane belongs to the Air Force. He gave the plane to the Air Force. That's where he's smart. He gave the plane to the Air Force.
How is it? If he's the only one using it, what do you mean by giving it to the Air Force? Nobody else is going to use it but him.
I told you, if that new Air Force One is not ready by 2028, then the next president could take
So
it.
if it is ready by 2028, then the only person that ever used that plane is him.
I guess, but if it's
so
not
he didn't
ready,
give it to the
it's
Air
likely to
Force.
happen.
But the intention
No,
is
the Air Force-
hold on. The intention is to have that plane ready. So in other words, if you go by what Trump is telling us, nobody's ever going to use that plane but him. His own plans are to fly it and put it in the Smithsonian. So what do you mean by it's going to the Air Force?
What do you think is going to happen to the other Air Force?
I'm going by what Trump is telling us. I'm telling you based on his plans, nobody else is going to fly that plane but him. And you're talking about it's going to the Air Force.
That's not his plans. It's because the new one's here. Why would you fly the old airplane when the new one's out?
I'm trying to figure out why are you saying it's going to the Air Force?
No, all Air Force Ones belong to the Air Force. The Air Force One right now.
He's putting it in the Smithsonian.
Okay, that's after it's retired.
So the Air Force, the Air Force will never get any use out of it.
All airplanes.
The Air Force will never get any. The plane belongs to the Air Force, but they'll never get any use out of it whatsoever. He's going to use it when he's done. He's going to store it.
Tim, that's where you're confused. They're using it now to fly the president. All the airplanes that the president flies in belong to the Air Force.
Okay, I gotta go.
The old Air Force One, Marine One, all that are Air Force airplanes.
I gotta go.
Belong to the Air Force.
I gotta go. I'll leave
the airplane that president.
Look. That is Trump's personal plane. I disagree with my caller 100% on that one. That is his personal plane based on Trump. Based on what he is saying, he's going to fly it around, and when he's done, he's going to put it in the Smithsonian. The Air Force is getting nothing out of that other than affixing a label to the side of it. There's nothing for the Air Force in that. It's just we're going to use Air Force personnel to fly me and my plane around. That one I don't get. Not true. The Air Force manage and maintain those planes. Yeah, but the Air Force manages and maintain the plane for the fact that it's used for the country. The Air Force planes, whether we're talking about cargo planes, use to ship stuff back and forth, whether we're talking about fighter planes, used to defend the nation, whether we're talking about Air Force One, used to fly presidents back and forth. This plane is essentially his and his only. This is not how Air Force aircraft work. None of the other aircraft belong to one individual. If it's a plane that flies a general around, when that general retires, another general starts using it. This is a plane from day one. We knew only one dude is going to have control of this plane the whole time. That's not how Air Force planes work. It's never been that way. Well, and not to mention the cost of that motherfucker. Hundreds of millions of dollars for one dude to have a plane. I've never heard of somebody trying to make this sound like that's the Air Force. Air Force gets nothing out of that. In the comments before we move it on here, is the next president going to be good? There's no way to know that because Trump was going to be good. I'll just say it this way. If you get a president that campaigns on what they're going to do, and it sounds like it's promising and beneficial to America, and they get elected and they do that, then yeah, the next president is good. I strongly believe, even though I lean left, that if President Trump had lived up to his campaign promises, he would have went down in history as a decent president. I'm not as anti-immigrant as the right is, but getting rid of folks that are in the country committing crimes is a legitimate case to be made. Securing the borders makes perfect sense. Ain't nobody dealing with this, but preventing males from playing in girls' sports, I can get behind that, even though it's not something anybody is dealing with of any significance. But if he had have actually did what he campaigned on, no new wars is excellent. I think that's an excellent idea. We need to stop getting involved in wars overseas and all of that shit and focus on home. If he had done what he campaigned on, I think he would have been a decent president. Even from somebody on the left like myself, I would have said that. But that's not what he's doing. He got in there and he's reversed a lot of his campaign promises. First of all, we're going after way more than rapists and murderers when it comes to immigrants. The guy that they just killed down in Texas, Lorenzo Salgado, that guy wasn't a rapist or murderer. He didn't have a criminal history at all. They're going after way more than just rapists and murderers. So the reason why I'm saying this, because if he had campaigned on, if he had went in there like he campaigned on getting rid of rapists and murderers, he had the immigrant community behind him on that. Even immigrants that came to this country, I'm talking about even the illegal immigrants that can't vote, even those folks are like, well, shit, if you can get rid of the rapists and murderers and the bad ones, maybe they'll let us stay because these folks are coming over here and committing felonies and ruining our reputation. That's why they don't want to let us stay, because you guys are coming over here and committing major felonies. So even the immigrant community could get behind getting rid of violent immigrants, but that ain't what he actually did when he got in there. He got in there, started going after TPS and, going after asylum seekers and everything. So, yeah, I really think that if he had did what he campaigned on, he could have turned out to be a good president. Obviously, draining the swamp is something that everybody can get behind. He ain't doing that, though. Epstein, another thing, getting to the bottom of the Epstein file, something that many would point out that Biden didn't do. He campaigned on being able to do that. That's something that people could have got behind and would have absolutely gave him a lot of credit for doing it. So yeah, if he had been the Trump he campaigned on being, I think he would have turned out very well. But unfortunately, he got into power and focused a lot on revenge and making money. To me, that's been Trump's agenda since he got reelected. Revenge and personal profit. And those two things, despite what he campaigned on, those two things he's been incredibly successful on. Personal revenge and personal profit. He's done excellent at both of those. But that doesn't benefit the people much at all. He's even getting rid of people who paid to do paperwork so they could become United States citizens. So they're just keeping all their money. Yeah, Trump is anti-immigrant. You get a lot of folks on the right, well, we don't have a problem with immigrants, just come here legally. Bullshit. Coming here legally will not stop Trump from coming after you. I said when we were about to have Trump for the president, I said then, based on what they were saying, if you do not absolutely have U.S. citizenship, you're not going to be safe under President Trump. I was saying that before Inauguration Day. If you don't have citizenship, you're not going to be safe. And it's one worse than that, because now they're trying to go and revoke people who actually have citizenship. They're actually going after them people too. So they're going after green card holders and folks with citizenship, people who came here the right way. So yeah, Trump is anti-immigrant. I don't think there's any other way to look at that other than they're just anti-immigrant. You're going at the people in courtrooms that are literally going through the procedure, trying to come here the right way. They're deporting people from court. They're just anti-immigrant. He's cleaning up the swamp that he's making bigger. Yeah, I don't see him cleaning it up at all. And he said, more people like fire from the government, I don't know what that means. Trump has severed his own arms by firing many government employees. All serve a purpose. He's not knowledgeable enough to see what he has done. So now his presidency is a whole bag of burning shit. Damn. Well, I think Trump knows what he's doing. I think the plan is a lot more sinister than that. Look, people are calling Trump a wannabe king and an autocrat and all of that. Fascist, whatever term you want to fill in the blank. A lot of folks disagree with that, particularly MAGA. But just being honest with you, if you did want to be a dictator or a fascist, you would do a lot of the stuff that Trump is doing. Whether or not Trump is trying to be a fascist or a dictator, we can have that conversation separately. But the point I'm making is if you want to take a democratically elected government and flip it to becoming a dictatorship, it would require you do a lot of the stuff that Trump is doing. You would go after the media because the media is going to be talking about what you're doing and alerting the people. You would go after elections because elections is all about democracy. You don't want democracy anymore. If you were trying to become a king or a dictator, you would do many of the steps Trump is doing. We can debate whether or not he's trying to be a king or not, and he's not trying to be a dictator or a fascist, you libtard, whatever. We can have that conversation separately. I'm just simply saying if you went to a country that had democracy, where people were allowed to vote and had freedom, and you wanted to change that to a dictatorship, you would do the shit Trump is doing. This is most of the stuff he's doing. This is what you would do to get to that. What do you say? You want to nationalize elections and put Republicans in control. That's what every dictator does. That's what Putin does. In Russia, when you vote, it doesn't matter. Putin is going to win. They hold votes in Russia. The people already know he's going to win because he's nationalized the election and took control of it. You would do the stuff that he's doing. That's the stuff he is doing is what you do if you're on a path to becoming a fascist dictator. Maybe he's doing it for some other reason if you want to argue that. Fine, go with that. But the stuff he is doing is what you do when you're trying to get to that path. That's all I'm saying. Getting rid of government officials, getting rid of people that might put up resistance, getting rid of people in the military that may not go along with what you're doing. He's doing all of that stuff. Firing top members of your own government that may resist, push back, know the law, and alert people. Firing all of those people. All dictators are surrounded by loyalists. They all are. If you think about the Third Reich, if you weren't loyal to Hitler, it would kill you. I'm assuming the same thing applied to Saddam Hussein and Putin and all of them. They're all surrounded by loyalists. He's doing that. That's probably one of the first things that must be on your resume when Trump appoints you. How loyal are you? How loyal are you going to be to me? Even if you think what I'm doing is wrong or immoral or against the law, will you stand by me? So, yeah, I would just say this. It makes sense for people to be accusing him of this stuff. It's like you're on I-15 in the middle of the desert leaving Vegas, and you're wondering why do everybody think I'm going to Los Angeles? Because this is the road that take you there. I mean, maybe you're going to stop off at Barstow or San Bernardino or Riverside, but you're on the highway that takes you to LA. That's why they think you're taking the road that's leading you there. Trump is doing this, all of this stuff. You're taking the route that leads you to a dictatorship. Hopefully it doesn't go that way. I'm just simply saying. But I totally understand why people are accusing him of it because he is on that path. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I appreciate you guys tuning in for this late live. Nevertheless, we'll be here tomorrow. Follow the program if you enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle. We are MAGA friendly, despite we criticize Trump, but we also give him credit where that may be due. We don't block, ban, or censor any damn body on the program. It's always about free speech. Somebody told me today they got kicked off the program because my moderators did it. We don't have a moderator. This program has never had a moderator. You're looking at the moderator, and I'm telling you constantly, we don't block, ban, or censor. There is no moderator. So I'm like, I don't know who kicked you off the program, dude, but ain't no moderators on this show. We're all about free speech here. It's your boy, Tim, the Handsome Liberal. Follow the program. Give you guys a sub if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching us on Clapper, Instagram, or TikTok, follow the program. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm out.